This time, the story begins with a certain pink-haired girl in a maid's costume asking her interlocutor whether His Majesty is ready yet, because it is time to hurry to him. Running along the corridor, she was very inspired. And how could it be otherwise, if after so much time, she would finally see how her darling would finally appear before the rest of society? Naturally, we were not talking about some minor nobleman, of whom there are as many as grains of sand on a beach. The main character worked at the court of the crown prince of the Athart Empire himself, Leon Athart, nicknamed the Wild Prince. It had to be admitted that this nickname was given to the high-born youth not simply because he had a bad temper and often took out his anger on his inferiors. He really did behave like a savage who had come out of the jungle. Luckily, a certain Trixie helped humanize the boy, teaching him to wear clothes and smile politely at others instead of baring his teeth at them. So now there was no shame in showing Leona to the rest of the nobility. For any feudal society, this was an incredibly important moment, since the prince would not only have to live and work with these people, but also rule over them. And the maid, of course, was on edge. The fair-haired prince met her in a crazy, expensive white suit, embroidered with gold threads and decorated with a sapphire. He looked like a living embodiment of a girl's fantasies about a perfect man. As it turned out, the maid was that very Trixie, and that one word, spoken along with a warm smile, was enough for her to almost collapse to the ground, clutching her heart. She felt just like a delighted mother watching her child's first words. And such a reaction was somewhat understandable, considering that not long ago, Leon had been walking around with disheveled hair and looking at everyone as if he wanted to rip their throats out. But now he looks more like a god, a beautiful fairy tale celestial being, than a man. And Trixie was not at all embarrassed to express her delight about this. In fact, young Atharte felt a little uneasy about having so many different fabrics on his body. But the woman was quick to assure her interlocutor that he looked divine. Yes, it was a huge contrast to his original appearance. The maid still couldn't fully recover from the memory of how the prince crawled on all fours, like a monkey. Then she realized that, in essence, she was no longer needed by her pupil and almost burst into tears. But she closed her eyes tightly and forbade herself from crying so as not to spoil the upcoming celebration. But then something very strange happened. The main character ordered the all-powerful crown prince to give her his paw, like some dog. And Leone not only obeyed, but did it without the slightest hesitation and with noticeable pleasure. Then the young man admitted that he never imagined that walking on two legs could be such a pleasant thing. After all, now he can, for example, hug his beloved woman. But the most important thing was that he could now openly declare that he belonged to Trixie. And at these words, in the prince's eyes, there was not even love, but blind, slavish adoration bordering on fanaticism. It sounded so strange that even the maid herself felt uncomfortable. She moved back a little, made a sad face, and reminded Leona that he was not some kind of dog. However, the blonde was not going to back down or stop. Continuing to stare at the maid, the man declared that now it was not she who served him, but he would do everything to please her. The protagonist looked at all this with wide eyes, and it was difficult to tell from the outside whether she was shocked by such a bold and non-trivial declaration of love, or felt deep disgust. While she was thinking, Atarte went even further. He began to kiss the maid's hands and voluptuously call her his mistress, like a submissive at a sadomasochistic session. And then finally, a small first-person flashback begins, in which a woman lets go of her dog's leash and desperately orders it to come back. A short chase ensued, at the end of which the lady managed to grab her disobedient pet. However, none of them noticed that they had ended up on a dangerous section of the street. Then, as expected by the laws of the genre, a huge machine, in this case a bus, suddenly appeared and struck and killed the main character, sending her to rebirth. What made this case stand out from the billions of other similar stories about people who end up in other worlds and bodies was that the girl desperately tried to protect her dog, but in the end, they died together. All these memories came crashing down on Trixie like a waterfall, and if her fearful look was any indication, it was far from pleasant. However, this did not happen on the day of His Highness's debut, but much earlier. Then the protagonist barely woke up on her bed, dressed only in a simple white shirt. At first, she didn't really understand what exactly had happened, and why the nighttime Korean streets had suddenly been replaced by an ancient but luxurious room. She was only calling her dog Doc Sun. But then it finally dawned on her that the surroundings did not at all resemble a hospital, not even for some rich people, in front of whom even the head doctors of the best clinics walk on tiptoe with trays in their hands. After a moment of silence and a long, intense stare into space, the main character finally asked the most logical question in her circumstances. Where the hell was she anyway? A second later, two people practically burst into her room, outraged by Trixie's long wait. A yellow-eyed middle-aged woman, very similar to the aged heroine, and a gray-mustached man with the same blue eyes as the protagonist. The time traveler, still not fully understanding the essence of what had happened, tried to find out from them where her dog had gone, to which the woman began to cry bitterly, and the man became even more angry. He angrily declared that he should have guessed Trixie's madness when she decided to marry that commoner, that despicable tramp, to which the former earthling reacted with bewilderment. Then the elderly aristocrat finally went berserk and screamed that yes, the handsome prince from the beggar's hut had come for his betrothed, so let them both get the hell out of his sight. He wouldn't care even if his daughter subsequently died of hunger. In another situation, this scene could have been very powerful and heartbreaking, but the nobles were actually talking not to their child, but to the stranger in her body, and she still did not understand anything. She, of course, didn't care about some groom, the grievances of her new relatives, or anything else. She just desperately wanted to find out what the hell was going on in the area. But the aristocrats angrily walked away without explaining anything, and only after that did the confused traveler suddenly notice her hands, or rather, how pale they had suddenly become. Only now did she realize that something truly out of the ordinary had happened, and she hurried to the mirror, feeling a wave of panic rising in her chest. At first, she thought that the accident had somehow damaged her vision, but these and any other thoughts disappeared as soon as the girl looked in the mirror and saw there a pale beauty with pink hair and blue eyes. Of course, it wasn't her. The one looking at the protagonist from the mirror should have been an ordinary, unremarkable Korean woman, Lim Bobe, who is a little over 30, but not a fairy tale princess. And then the aforementioned groom burst into the room, a huge man with a gigantic belly and muscles, anticipating the subsequent reunion with the bride. Seeing a woman in a nightgown, the fat man began to flirt with her, and the main character could only watch with a stony face and think what kind of man this was, and what he wanted. And when the peasant came close and hugged Trixie, still considering her his real bride, a real wave of disgust passed through the protagonist's body, so strong that for a moment she forgot how to move. Then the newcomer screamed in horror, mistaking the poor guy in love for a rapist. And when he laughed, saying that his darling was playing hard to get, the heroine's disgust became even stronger. Not only was she being groped, but it was being done by an idiot. But after this, the man finally names the full name of the woman in whose body the unfortunate Limbobai ended up. And from these words, the former Korean woman again freezes like a pillar, because it was Beatrice Giuseppe. Yes, now she understood that she had found herself in another world and in a foreign body, and even more than that, she had found herself in the world of a literary work that was well known to her. The novella was called The McGrath Marriage Contract, and this pink-haired girl was one of the antagonists, a frivolous socialite who betrayed those around her as easily as she changed gloves and had a very dirty reputation. There were also many unpleasant rumors about her relationship with an ordinary person. From the point of view of local aristocrats, it would be almost the same as marrying a dog. The problem was that unlike the legion of girls who had ended up in the books, Lim Bobe had never finished reading the marriage contract, so she had no idea how the plot would develop further or what the characters would do. But she remembered very well how much Beatrice irritated her, how many times she wanted to shoot her or even strangle her with her bare hands. And now, please, she had become this vile person. The worst part is that this girl wasn't the main character, and she couldn't even be called a cool antagonist. She was just a silly side character who ruined her own life. And the man in love, not even guessing what his prospective bride was thinking, continued to convince the girl that he adored her more than anything else in the world. False Beatrice thought with sarcasm and bitterness that for others, romances began completely differently, like a fairy tale. They were married to a handsome young gentleman, rich and well-born, and everything ended with a happy ending. But even these thoughts were completely knocked out of her head when the man reached out for a kiss, twisting his thick, slobbering lips. After that, only inexpressible animal horror remained. The traveler desperately tried to keep this amorous boar away from her, but she noted to herself that of all the possible heroines for the transmigration of souls, she got the worst one. After this, there is a time skip of 1.5 years. The main character still had to marry the hated fat man, and their life together, as expected, was disgusting. Scandals, insults, and humiliations followed day after day, and each time they became more and more difficult to endure. The protagonist consoled herself with the thought that she would immediately run away as soon as she saved up money. Initially, this man may have seemed nice and sweet, despite his excess weight, but it was nothing more than a facade. In just one day, he demonstrated his true nature as an evil pig who does not hesitate to beat his wife. For example, he once slapped Beatrice because she hadn't prepared anything for their wedding anniversary, and he didn't care that the family didn't have money to buy a gift. Naturally, he never really loved the younger Giuseppe. He just wanted to use her to become a rich lord himself, and it was a very unpleasant surprise for the man when the rest of the aristocrats renounced the heroine. The time traveler quickly swallowed her pride and begged her parents to take her in and help her break up the hateful marriage. But her father, as he had promised, kicked his daughter out without even talking to her face to face. Even on modern Earth, such a situation would be very difficult and unpleasant for most women, and the action also took place in a conservative medieval setting, where divorce, as such, did not exist. Of course, it was possible to find solace in the arms of a lover, but the former limbobe was not going to stoop that low. And her husband, meanwhile, explained that he had arranged for her to work as a maid. This alarmed the heroine, because before her husband did not allow her to earn money out of fear that she would run away with the money, and the domestic tyrant kindly explained, "The place of work is located near Mount Mito, where many people have disappeared or died. So let the protagonist go there and die too." This infuriated her so much that she might have attacked her husband, regardless of the difference in size. But the latter added that employers were prepared to pay a larger sum of 10 gold coins, or 1,000 shillings. Naturally, Trixie didn't dare argue. And why should she, if she would just have to work a little to get a huge amount of money and escape from such a freak forever? The very next day, she was riding in a richly decorated and expensive carriage, although she was dressed in a simple white dress and clutching an old suitcase with various things to her chest. This also discouraged the girl a little, because she thought that she would have to stomp to Mito herself or ride in a simple carriage, so she decided to ask the escort for an explanation. The rider confirmed that they were heading to that very mountain, but at the same time, he cast such a sinister glance at the protagonist, as if he was mentally calculating how it would be more convenient to cut her throat. This discouraged the newcomer from any desire to question the sinister guard further, but the rest of the trip ended quickly. Very soon, the woman appeared in front of a huge building. It was a huge mansion, like a miniature fairy tale castle, and while the traveler was wondering what she had forgotten such luxury in such a god-forsaken place, the escort handed her some things. At first, Trixie thought the brown rags, reminiscent of the stereotypical clothing of medieval beggars, were her uniform. But no, it was protection against losing a limb or her life itself. Of course, this revelation made the woman think once again and very hard about what she had gotten herself into. Were these gentlemen here gutting maids and footmen alive? Then a panicked cry of, "Young master!" was heard, and the guard turned around in genuine horror, wondering if he had disappeared again. And they, fools, relaxed, because he had just taken medicine an hour ago, but now his cage is completely empty, and they will have to turn the whole mountain upside down. He then turns to the protagonist and briefly orders her to go to the hallway, lock the door there, and sit as quiet as a mouse. This was extremely important. She would not have to go outside, no matter what noise she heard. And the girl, of course, only became even more scared, not understanding what the hell was going on in these places. However, all the other servants wore exactly the same brown leather cloaks, and Beatrice decided not to argue. Some dangerous and wild animal must have escaped from them. But before she had time to recover from one shock, she experienced another. There were 8 locks on the doors of the mansion, and she would lock each of them until the end of the world, as she was ordered. Plus, it turned out that the estate only looked beautiful from the outside. Inside, there were real clouds of dust floating in the air, and there was practically no furniture except for a red leather sofa. This convinced Trixie even more that there was some deadly beast nearby. But she didn't even notice that an ominous but human silhouette had grown right next to her. Giuseppe's ex decided to sit down on the sofa with a gloomy look, noting its tattered appearance. But then she heard strange sounds, something like growling and very angry puffing. Naturally, it was Leon Atharta, who was sneaking up on his next prey, and only at the last moment accidentally gave himself away with an excessively loud noise. When he finally appeared in all his glory, he was just as attractive as he had been at the beginning of the story, but few would have noticed it now. The prince looked so wild, angry, and unkempt that the heart involuntarily skipped a beat. Naturally, the newcomer didn't care about his pretty face, muscular body, or golden hair. She was truly horrified, especially when this savage brought his head closer and growled, "Who are you?" After that, a few seconds passed. The prince did not try to attack or kill the stranger, and she could only think, "This is actually a person. No, he looks much more like an animal." Then the prince repeated his question furiously, grabbing the victim by the shoulders, and the protagonist finally blurted out in fear that she was just a new servant. The main character's limbs seemed to freeze from panic, but she still managed to come up with some kind of plan of action. She had to wait for the right moment, run to the door, quickly open all the locks, and disappear over the horizon. She had already begun to mentally take stock, ready to jump to her feet at any moment, when suddenly everything began to swim before her eyes, and Lone himself looked as if he was about to faint. He actually closed his eyes and leaned forward, exhausted, trying to embrace the girl in a gentle embrace. But instead, she pushed him to the floor and rushed to the door. However, her conscience and the excessive amount of mercy in her body did not allow the newcomer to simply leave another person, even a completely insane one, to die, and she stopped to at least ask if the blonde was hurt. From Atharta's point of view, Beatrice leaning over him seemed like some kind of angel, a beautiful heavenly creature who had descended to sinful earth for his sake. However, he still growled angrily and rose up on all fours to grab the uninvited savior right in the face. But she already realized that these sounds reminded her very much of something. Doc's son, her long-lost beloved dog from her past life, made the exact same growl when she desperately wanted to get the attention of those around her, especially her beloved owner. And, if you looked closely, even the eyes of the man and the dog were almost identical, deep but thoughtless, filled with pain and fear from repeated betrayals. Anyone else would have said that this idea was absolutely crazy, but Lim Bobby had already moved into someone else's world and body and was not surprised by much. And yes, she decided to turn to Leon as her old dog, in the hope that it would help. Probably, the remnants of the consciousness of the real prince were very surprised when the unknown woman, instead of running away, dropping her pantaloons in horror, suddenly stood up absolutely calmly and extended her hand with a smile. It wasn't even a game. The thought that she was talking to Doc's son completely suppressed the protagonist's fear, and she no longer thought that this savage could break her limbs in several places. Then she called Athartu a bad dog in a very strong and firm voice, and strictly forbade him to raise his voice at her, not to mention trying to attack her. And the craziest thing was, the prince obeyed. To his own surprise, he could no longer bring himself to growl or sink his teeth into his prey's leg, and Trixie's eyes sparkled with pleasure. Then she graciously allowed the blonde to sniff her hand to get used to the smell, and then she gently stroked his ear, calling him a good boy, to his still gnawing bewilderment. Next came the classic gentle hugs, stroking and other ways to calm the pet without losing most of the bones, skin, hair, and other body parts. The protagonist was very lucky that her dog's soul ended up in the prince's body, because thanks to this, everything ended well. The blonde, who had long been wound up and aggressive, closed his eyes and fell asleep like a baby in his mother's arms. Having made sure that the madman was fast asleep and no longer posed a threat, Trixie very carefully laid his head on the floor, burst into tears, and raised her fists to the sky in triumph, and would have definitely screamed with delight if it had not been mortally dangerous. As for the prince's servants, they continued to comb the surroundings of the mountain all this time, trying to find their holy fool of a master, and they certainly did not expect that the new girl would greet them as if nothing strange had happened. The man who accompanied the traveler on the way to the estate first froze, as if an invisible thunderstorm had thundered right above his ear, and then he furiously grabbed her hand and demanded to immediately answer what the hell had happened here, and his surprise could even be understood. The new servant somehow managed not only to remain alive and well after meeting the wild prince, but Atharta himself slept like a righteous man, without a single sin in his soul. The protagonist's reaction surprised the warrior even more. Instead of answering the question, she angrily pulled her hand away and ordered him to be silent, so that these screams would not wake up the baby, as if they were talking about some baby, and not about a deadly dangerous and noble madman. To the warrior's credit, he very quickly regained his composure. Having made sure that the prince and this strange girl were not harmed, he ordered the new girl to follow him outside, under the shade of majestic towers and green trees. Once they reached a sufficiently remote place, the warrior immediately began to inquire which organization had sent the main character, and now she was taken aback, because what would be the point of her looking for this job if she already had another one? Not having received any clear answer, the man became even colder than before, and in his eyes, Beatrice Giuseppe had finally turned into a vile spy who must be immediately detained for the good of the crown. Then it got to the point where the bodyguard began to suspect the protagonist of belonging to the glorious profession of hired killers, and the woman grabbed her head. She understood that she had gotten into trouble, like many other time travelers. But seriously, how else could she perceive such delusional accusations? Besides, she sincerely did not understand who that wild blonde man was, behaving like a dog or a wolf. She had not managed to read the book completely, and had no idea that she had met the heir to the throne of the empire, one of its most important and powerful people. When the man went so far as to threaten to immediately order her execution, the protagonist's patience simply snapped. She tried to pull away and angrily shouted for the warrior to finally think with his damn head. If she really were an assassin, she would have slit that psychopath's throat long ago and then escaped, taking advantage of the fact that the servants were rushing around the mountain slopes in search of their master. And then what would be the point of her staying in place? The man gave the woman a very piercing and suspicious look for a few seconds, causing her to sweat from the strain, before he finally admitted in his mind that there was some truth in the new maid's words, and he hadn't noticed the weapon. But then there remained the fact that Giuseppe had come face to face with the mad prince and had remained completely unharmed, and this surprised the guard so much that he could not stop thinking about it. Finally, he asked Beatrice directly if the blonde had really just fallen asleep in her arms like a small child, without even trying to attack, and his own face showed how hard it was for the warrior to believe what he had seen. The protagonist irritably admitted that the young man was indeed ready to attack her, but he himself was in very bad condition, with all these abrasions and bruises, and the brunette sighed with relief, saying that the medicine worked in time. Here the main character finally gathered her strength to fully tell this boor what she thought of him and his piggish attitude towards her person, but she didn't even have time to finish her sentence, because the soldier ordered her to follow him into the office. Unlike the living room, where the traveler had the misfortune of running into Leona, this was a clean and beautiful room, without the flashy luxury typical of many noble homes. But even without that, the office looked quite cozy. The man and Trixie sat down on two small sofas, between which stood a low and oblong desk, and it was easy to read from Giuseppe's face how awkward it was for her to be here and prepare for the upcoming scolding. She expected that thunder and lightning would fall on her head now, that the man would start yelling with a purple face, stamping his feet and spraying saliva, and then personally throw her out the door. But instead, he calmly handed her a piece of paper and offered to start with the contract. He still acted cold and distant, but at least he switched to business language. So he honestly warned that if the servants fished out something suspicious in the protagonist's biography, she would have to face the consequences. As for the contract, it was by no means an ordinary agreement to accept the job and all the corresponding duties. In fact, it was a pact officially forbidding the main character to tell even one living soul what she saw. And the consequences of breaking the agreement were severe. The punishment would fall not only on Beatrice herself, but also on all her relatives, as well as descendants right down to her grandchildren. But she was even more struck by the fact that she would have to work as a maid for that possessed man. Trying to choose her words very carefully so as not to provoke her interlocutor, Trixie tried to find out what the hell was going on with her new boss, but quickly corrected herself and asked why they all served him. She had no intention of working for God knows who, and wanted to know the name of the potential employer, his title and position in society. But the black-haired man coldly reminded her that there would be no answers until the girl signed the contract. The only thing he could say was the obvious. All the inhabitants of the mansion served the blonde, and since he was a savage who attacked people like a beast, those around him had to spend the night and rest in a separate extension. However, the traveler could not even count on such a privilege. She was going to be hired as a personal servant of the young prince, so she would have to constantly live next to him in the mansion. Realizing that she would have to constantly play the role of beauty to a real monster, Beatrice smiled very discouragingly and whispered that she now understood why the salary was so high. But the warrior added that the amount could easily be increased. Her jaw dropped to the floor with a crash and a bang from such news. But the man calmly explained that the size of the salary depends primarily on how long the protagonist will work with them, but the options for the amount of the sum are different. The girl didn't think long. 10 gold coins every day, in addition to the bonus, were simply fabulous rewards by any standards, and in general, she was used to working with animals. After 10 years of living with a dog, you get used to everything. The newcomer wondered out loud how much exactly the salary could be increased, and the brunette calmly repeated that it depended on her wishes. And besides, he would provide the lady with a personal room, which made her jaw drop again. The time traveler couldn't think of anything better to say than to blurt out, "After signing the contract, you'll put me in shackles, put me in a carriage and sell me into slavery?" And the head of the servants was frankly taken aback by such a wild assumption. Then he put his hand to his face, wondering how anyone could come up with such a stupid idea on the spot. He even reminded her out loud that the young master's mental health would not improve if the only person capable of handling him was sent to someone's harem. But that was where the misunderstandings ended. In order to escape from her hated pig of a husband, and with a lot of money, the protagonist was ready to go into service even to Satan. So getting her consent did not take much time. The interlocutor, if he was pleased, did not show it. Instead, with the same stoic composure, he stood up, walked to the other end of the room, from where he returned with a piece of paper and a request to see him. As it turned out, it was an agreement that in the event of Trixie's death at the hands of her insane owner, her relatives would receive compensation in the amount of 1,000 gold coins. Or this astronomical sum would go to her husband, if she had one. Naturally, Giuseppe would rather jump out the window than give even a copper penny to the vile pig she had the misfortune to be married to. So, as an alternative, she asked the broker for a brand new house that belonged only to her. She would have liked much more to get rid of her husband or return to her native world with all its conveniences and advantages. But she had to choose from the options that were being implemented, and the brunette, having become generous, promised to allocate a house in the capital in the future. This was not a greater sign of wealth than the ever-memorable 1,000 gold coins, but the man had strict conditions. The girl would move there only after a year and would only rent a room, paying for it with work, and the house would become her property after 3 years of work. The traveler didn't really notice these words, because after all, what are 3 years in the face of a cloudless and secure future? But her face immediately changed when she began to sign the documents and found in them the full name of the employer, Adler Vikingham. Of course, this was no minor soldier or dull official. In fact, this cold, wolf-like man in human form was the greatest knight in the entire Athardian Empire, one of its finest soldiers. And he served only the imperial family. Only its members had the right to give orders to Adler. And this means that that young but crazy and wild blonde man who almost bit the protagonist's throat is the only prince. The realization that she would have to live and work side by side with Leona for 3 years literally knocked the unfortunate newcomer down. This was, to put it mildly, far from the same as being hired as a maid to the son of a provincial baron or viscount. However, it was not only the status of her supposed employer that was at issue. In fact, the young Atharta was even described in the original story as a psychopath whose mind was like a stormy sea, and therefore his relatives hid him from the world. As a character, the young man hardly appeared in the novel, but his existence was of colossal importance for the setting. Soon after his birth, the empress died, and her grief-stricken husband fundamentally did not want to look for a new wife. Because of this, the old sovereign never produced any new children, and Leone was his only heir. But it was not difficult to predict the sad consequences for a state whose future leader turned out to be completely sick in the head. For example, among other things, the seeds of rebellion appeared. Many nobles did not want to tolerate an idiot over them, so they turned to the Grand Duke Evans, a distant relative of the emperor, who, although old, was in good health. And His Highness, of course, did not refuse such a tempting offer, becoming one of the most dangerous and powerful opponents for Leone's supporters. Perhaps, even if someone ordered some arithmetician to count how many times Evans attempted to destroy his hated relative, this poor fellow would quickly lose count. The old man was extremely persistent in his goals, and the current emperor, although he hid his son, did nothing to truly rein in his ill-wisher. And this permissiveness ultimately led to the once monolithic country beginning to crumble. Fortunately, a miracle happened. Two brave heroes appeared who prevented the destruction of the state, the protagonists of the original story. A girl with hair the color of golden flame, and a young man whose hair was white as the first snow. The pair had to play the role of nannies for the sick prince, and it was hard to say who suffered more. The main characters, who couldn't even sit down, or Leone himself, whose life was in danger every damn second. As a result, the author created a very unhappy hero, whose entire meaning of existence was believed to be in suffering and misfortune. But at the same time, the traveler could not remember a single dialogue that mentioned the prince's tendency toward animalistic behavior. If the changes had already begun now, and with such important elements, it was scary to even imagine how much blood would be spilled around Adert in the near future. And the protagonist did not want to take such a risk for the sake of some gold and a mansion. With the sweetest smile possible, she informed Adler that she was not suited for this kind of work. So would he be so kind as to show her the nearest way to the the exit? Yes. She was going to say, the exit. And Vikingham, of course, did not trust this strange woman for a second, and in another situation he would certainly have been happy to send her away. But it was this crazy and hot-tempered stranger who somehow calmed the young master. He had no intention of letting such a valuable specialist go, but he was too smart to use authority, money, or intimidate with terrible punishments. No, the knight simply pretended that he understood everything and did not condemn. However, just look. The sun has almost disappeared behind the horizon. Sending a lady home on such a dangerous and long road at night would be barbaric. So why not Miss Beatrice make an exception and spend the night in the mansion? Adler quickly realized that the main character was in dire need of money and counted on the fact that after a night in royal conditions she would desperately not want to leave. But on the way to the servant's house, the protagonist decided to ask Vikingham a question. The brunette graciously allowed him to express his thoughts, and the newcomer, nervously biting her lips and trying not to let her voice tremble, timidly clarified. After all, the night would be considered work, and in the morning she would be given the promised 10 gold coins. The warrior was only glad to hear this question, because it confirmed his guess even more strongly. But out loud, he easily agreed that the contract would be fulfilled flawlessly, and then both heroes finally reached the large and luxurious dormitory. It was technically just a room where servants could rest and sleep, but it was so luxuriously furnished that it could easily have passed for a small castle in itself, not to mention the fact that maids, footmen, and butlers stood in rows, delighted at Adler's arrival. They were so emphatically happy with the appearance of the chief that it didn't even look like a performance. And when the knight said that his companion should be treated as the most dear and desired guest, the servants glowed even more positively. Within minutes, Beatrice Giuseppe was lounging in a hot bath, smiling as she wondered if the locals really did such a good job of serving every traveler who came to rest for just one night. Before this, she had been almost smothered by ostentatious care, offering a new dress or a luxurious dinner, and another person would have quickly suspected selfish motives. But the time traveler, after a year and a half of living in poverty with a vile and evil husband, had become so yearning for such kindness that she simply did not want to think about the bad. Then she began to feel stormy. On the one hand, she desperately wanted to stay and live in such luxury. On the other hand, the fear of a dynastic war ordered her to immediately flee to the ends of the earth. And on the third hand, the image of an unhappy, sad prince kept popping up before her eyes. The protagonist's will was weakening more and more. For one brief moment, she forced herself to forget about any pity, reminded herself that she was dealing with a person, not a dog. But then rows of luxurious dishes began to dance before her in her mind. The next morning, the traveler was lying on the bed with a blissful look, and even from the outside, it looked so soft and pleasant that it looked more like some kind of cloud than a piece of furniture. As expected, her stomach had once again won over her brain. Now Trixie was convincing herself that nothing bad would happen if she worked here for just a year, in conditions that not all aristocrats could afford. Moreover, there was a lot of time left before the start of the main plot of the novella, and they started with the fact that the real protagonist decided to return to high society after a 3-year absence. The reason why the unfortunate girl isolated herself from society for so long was a very cruel, rude, and humiliating joke on the part of the real Beatrice Giuseppe and her friends. The main character, Layla, however, did not even have to take revenge. Just a month later, the evil noblewoman foolishly married a fat commoner, and what happened after that, readers already know very well. In another situation, the former Limboba would only be happy about such a triumph of karma. But now she herself is in the shoes of a punished villain, and the protagonist is soon destined to meet the second main character, that same platinum blonde. So Trixie has been married for a year and a half, which means she has another year and a half before the novel begins. And if she doesn't yawn, then during this time she will have time to save up enough money to live in safety and prosperity. On the other hand, the book said nothing about how the prince lived in captivity, and this really scared the newcomer. After all, who could guarantee that during these 1.5 years, nothing so terrible would happen that it would overshadow the canonical tragedies? She was also genuinely worried about Leon, even though they were completely different and strangers to each other. The thought that the young man would suffer even more under the supervision of Layla and her partner unpleasantly pierced her heart. This indirectly confirmed that Beatrice's own existence as a peasant wife turned out to be a living hell. But on the other hand, this is not a game where you can safely save and start over. She risks dying for real and very cruelly. It would seem that after long and painful reflection, the protagonist finally decided that she did not want to have anything to do with the possessed prince. But when the sun rose a little higher and the birds began to chirp outside the window, she greeted the servants with pleasure. It was excruciatingly painful for her to return to her old life of pain and poverty, but it was preferable to death, so the girl prepared to set out on the road. However, she saw absolutely nothing outside, not a single living soul, not to mention the promised crew, and the confused heroine decided to look for those around her, until she heard a strange sound that resembled the whining of dachshund thrown out into the street. Following the noise, the newcomer saw a terrible picture. Some old man, armed with a whip, was beating Leon Atartu like an unruly draft animal, and the young man could only fall to the ground, whine and bare his teeth. Having recovered from the shock, Giuseppe demanded that the execution be stopped immediately, and the servant, sweating from the horror of being exposed, unconvincingly stated that nothing terrible was happening. He and His Highness had simply decided to play a little. This, so to speak, game was supposedly needed by the prince in order to spend all his energy and then sleep soundly and peacefully. But the look of the young blonde, full of fear and seething hatred, testified against this version. As for the time traveler, she was sincerely amazed at how the servants could have chosen such a barbaric and stupid way to tire out the mentally ill heir. After all, it's clear as day that violence would only make things worse. This again reminded the main character of Doc Sun. The unfortunate dog had been beaten many times during her long and difficult life, so that the mere sight of a leash at some point caused her to panic and become enraged. But now she understood perfectly well why Leon, at their first meeting, had behaved as if he was ready to rip her stomach apart with his own nails and teeth. Few people would have behaved better, living in such hellish conditions. After that, the girl looked straight at the mad prince, and in that look, there was no longer the confidence inherent in the owners of well-trained dogs, or fear, only sincere sympathy and a desire to somehow help. If earlier the protagonist was still going to leave Athartu to deal with her problems on her own, now she would never do it. Her conscience simply would not allow her to live out the remaining years in peace. The time traveler once again repeated her order to immediately stop torturing the prince, and in her emotions she even blurted out that the puppies were irritated and frightened by the repeated loud sounds, and the servant was taken aback by this. An argument broke out between them, in which the old man tried to prove that being soft with Leona was simply life-threatening, and that it was generally forbidden to come close to him. But then something terrible happened. Taking advantage of the confusion, the blond man contracted like a spring and caught Trixie with one jump. The young man's eyes literally burned with hatred and rage. He did not see or hear anything around him. But Beatrice still remained calm and even ordered the panicking old man not to interfere and not to spoil the situation even more. She tried to reach Leon's consciousness with calmness and affection, but so far it was not helping at all. On the contrary, the prince squeezed his fingers with overgrown nails with such force that he tore the thin dress and skin, drawing blood from the protagonist. Another woman would have already screamed in horror and pain, but the main character was not afraid of her tormentor and was not going to retreat. Maintaining the same calm and kind tone, she asked if he remembered their meeting yesterday and even offered to smell her hand. Very slowly, desperately, trying not to provoke the madman even more, she brought her hand to him to calm him down, but in vain. Atharta grabbed her with such force that he almost crushed her fragile bones. The tension was so great that it could have been cut with a knife, but the girl even now continued to say that everything was fine, and even Leon stared at her with eyes wide with surprise. Very slowly, the young man let go of his new maid and took a timid step back. He still looked with suspicion and fear, expecting new pain at any moment, but at the same time he clearly felt some guilt for the chaos he had created. In the end, the young prince simply collapsed on his butt, looking at the girl with genuine pain and sadness, and she, clutching the wounds on her shoulder, assumed that the blonde felt remorse precisely because he had unjustifiably attacked her. Of course, she had no intention of scolding or otherwise punishing the poor madman, as that would only ruin the newly formed bond between them. Instead, the protagonist gently stroked his dirty hair, asking if it was hard for him to endure all this alone. In response, the main character only barked incoherently and rolled his eyes blissfully, and from the outside it might even seem funny, but the blonde looked so tired and blissful, as if he had finally died and found himself in heaven. Beatrice's lips twitched noticeably at the sight, but she did not allow herself to burst into tears in front of the audience, not at such an important moment, and instead she praised the new dog for being a good boy indeed. He didn't growl, didn't bare his teeth, didn't try to tear the girl to pieces with his own hands, like a starving wolf. Huge progress, and that's why the newcomer called Leonie a clever girl with a smile. The servant who had previously been whipping His Highness was speechless. In his mind, he had clearly managed to bury the new girl, and was already thinking about how he would explain her death to Vikingham. But in the end, it all ended with her starting to treat the prince like her pet. This went on for a while before he suddenly shouted, "Professor!" attracting the woman's attention, and introduced himself. His name was Gurdon, and he had been tasked with keeping an eye on the crazy youth, and now he would like to learn such effective techniques. In the world of the novel, no one was sentimental about farm animals. They were seen as useful living tools and food supplies, but not as friends or family members, so the traveler understood why the local resident was so surprised. However, she was genuinely embarrassed by such a respectful and pompous address as Professor, so she hastened to change the topic to the availability of goodies for the prince, and at the same time asked to informally call herself Trixie. The old man admitted with some embarrassment that they didn't keep anything like that, and the main character, remembering her huge food reserves for Doc Son, decided to use the most classic and lazy option: bones with the remains of meat. This thought greatly inspired Gurdon, and with surprising agility for his age and build, he hurried to the kitchen, while the former Giuseppe, meanwhile, sat down on the grass to rest, finding herself shoulder to shoulder with Leona. It would seem that what would follow would be a beautiful and idealistic picture of the strengthening of friendship between the main characters. But what a picture! As soon as the woman reached out to stroke him, Atharta shrank and moved away, fearfully muttering the word monster. The poor fellow's many traumatic memories flashed before his eyes. How dozens of people, men and women, looked at him with horror, disgust, and revulsion, as if he were a plague-ridden degenerate. And Beatrice could now only look at him with surprise and shock. After all, she hadn't actually done anything that could have caused such an unpleasant reaction. She hadn't tried to hit him, and hadn't even raised her voice. But it ended with Leon, with tears in his eyes, screaming that he was a monster. And at that moment, the poor guy looked more than ever like a little child, blaming himself for something for which he could not be held responsible. And he, unfortunately, did not give the protagonist the opportunity to somehow console him, talk, and convince him. Atarte fell into such a strong hysteria that he simply jumped to his feet, turned around, and rushed into the forest, ignoring all attempts to stop him. The viewers were shown how the time traveler desperately called for him, sitting on her knees, but after that, the action very quickly moved to the future, when she, already in an expensive black and red dress, was in the room, and someone respectfully asked Mistress Trixie if it was possible to leave. They turned out to be servants, a footman and a maid, and before leaving, they decided to ask if the protagonist was feeling well, because they had heard unpleasant rumors that someone had wounded her, and quite badly at that. The young man and woman looked genuinely concerned about their boss's well-being, and the fact that someone had hit her in such a tender place as her shoulders caused them genuine horror. But the former Liam Bobe repeated once again that everything was fine. However, they still weren't going to leave without pleasing the girl with a gift. In front of Beatrice, as if by the will of a self-assembling tablecloth, an aristocratic table appeared, with a teapot full of a warm, aromatic drink and an appetizing cake. Even if the protagonist wanted to refuse such obsessive care, she did not have enough willpower to say it out loud, and she only thanked the servants, and they warned that it would be better for the woman to stay in the hostel for that night, and that Adler would come for her in the morning. After this, the main character admitted to herself that she could leave at any moment. No one would even say a bad word to her for this, not to mention trying to stop her. But now she simply would not be able to turn around, seeing the horror in which poor Atharta lives. Suddenly, terrible sounds were heard. Someone was beating someone, something was breaking, and people were screaming in fear, asking where they put the whip, and all this paralyzed Trixie more reliably than any poison. Could it be that these perverts decided to beat up Leon again? She hurried with all her might to the main building, resolutely threw open the door, and saw how His Highness lay on top of the unfortunate Adler Vikingham, clutching his neck as if he was trying to break it. This was certainly not an ordinary fight or a game. The prince pressed with all his might, the veins and muscles on his body bulged, and such hatred and rage burned in his eyes that the newcomer was taken aback, and could only scream the name of the knight in the corner in horror. The brunette, despite his armor and chainmail, had a hard time. The madman pressed with absolutely monstrous force, preventing him from taking a normal breath, but the warrior was still able to wheeze so that Giuseppe's ex would not come close, so as not to get hit. She tried to object, but after that, everyone present simply began to ignore her. Instead, Vikingham ordered Gurdon to finally bring something, and the old fat man in the butler's uniform hurried away. Adler was a strong and experienced warrior, but this time he was attacked not by some random thug, but by a prince, the very man he was obliged to protect. So the brunette did not try to hit back, only tried to remove the blonde's hands from his neck and reason with him verbally. To no avail. It would be as easy as begging a raging hurricane to come to its senses and not destroy people, or trying to negotiate with a bear who is suffering from an insatiable hunger. The protagonist had been circling around the fighting men like a fly all this time, also trying to calm Athartu with words, but to no avail, until, finally, Gurdon returned to the scene, out of breath and sweating from the strain. No, he wasn't holding a dog bone in his hands, as one might think, but he wasn't holding a regular whip either. This time he was holding a terrifying weapon that looked like a segmented mace with large spikes, and a few loud blows to the floor were enough to make Leone whine in fear. For a few seconds, the prince looked in horror at one of his servants, silently hoping that he would not dare to use this terrible thing, and this respite was enough for Vikikisham to sigh. And then, with one movement, he pinned Athartu to the floor, giving the butler the order to act. This time the roles were completely reversed. Now the mad prince was shaking and sweating profusely from fear of the coming punishment, while his chest and throat were mercilessly squeezed by strange, cold, and hard fingers. As it turned out, when Adler gave Gurdon the order, he didn't mean that he should beat their master to the state of a bloody piece of meat. On the contrary, the old man reached for a hidden syringe, and Trixie immediately realized that it contained a sedative, and this outraged the woman even more than the recent whipping. Beatrice didn't care how dangerous and crazy the blonde was for those around her. Using a sleeping pill on him was something that went beyond all possible limits. She tried to convey this idea to the elderly servant, and even grabbed him by the shoulders, preventing him from using the syringe for its intended purpose. And, probably, only politeness and love of etiquette prevented Gurdon from simply throwing her away. Realizing that this was neither the time nor the place to argue about the humane treatment of mentally ill people, the protagonist simply demanded that the armored whip and syringe be handed to her, that she would deal with Leona in a way that would leave everyone happy. However, the servant was not going to retreat so easily, because now it was not a question of an ordinary attack, but a matter of life and death. And Vikingham, who was holding Athartu alone, finally demanded that something be done. He was starting to get tired. Poor Gurdon found himself in front of a truly difficult and unpleasant choice. On the one hand, he had reason to trust the newly minted female professor, and on the other, one single mistake, and an irreparable tragedy would occur, which would fall on their shoulders as a burden. He thought for so long that Trixie's patience simply snapped. Looking at the old man with indignation and defiance, she grabbed his metal whip and pulled it towards herself, squeezing it with such force that the spikes cut through the skin and drew blood. To say the man's jaw dropped would be a gross understatement. He was literally dumbfounded, unable to believe that anyone could have the willpower, stupidity, or both, to do such harm to themselves. She replied in a firm voice that she would continue to squeeze, tormenting her own flesh, until her opponent gave in and followed her lead. And after that, the elderly butler capitulated, handing the girl the weapon and syringe with trembling hands. Adler, watching all this while trying to hold Leone down on the floor, angrily yelled at what the hell Gurdon was doing, because now they were all finished. But the older man mentally replied that they should just have faith and hope in Beatrice. The main character slowly approached the two men, still clutching the whip in her battered palm, and then, quietly and with sincere sympathy, asked Atharta if he liked such things. Again, there was no clear answer, but it was not needed, because the prince's facial expressions were first class. His eyes filled with streams of tears, and his face took on such a suffering expression that it was hard to even believe that this angel had been ready to kill a man just a minute ago. The change was so sudden and striking that even Adler stopped squeezing his master's neck, and the girl, meanwhile, made a stony face and threw the whip on the floor with all possible disgust. And not only her. A syringe with medicine also flew to the ground after that, and the protagonist then raised her palms to her chest, showing them to the prince and calming him down. Like, there's nothing more to worry about. She doesn't have any scary things. This was again a tactic from a past life. When Dukesun pestered her owner too much, demanding some tasty and edible offerings from her, Lim Bobe only needed to show her palms to make the dog sad and calm down. However, in the case of Atharta, the newcomer felt only endless pity. The poor guy is practically a prisoner in his own castle and body. No one understands him, and everyone is afraid of him, like a rabid animal. You wouldn't wish such a fate even on your enemy. However, the girl herself had lived in complete solitude for some time, so she understood perfectly well what this terrible, soul-eating feeling was, and that is why she treated Leona gently and kindly until the very end, despite the shocked reaction of those around her. Looking at the fair-haired young man with the greatest possible warmth and tenderness, Giuseppe's ex repeated to the prince in a motherly tone that no one would ever offend him again. She would not allow it. Suddenly, not only did it not work, but it had the exact opposite effect. The young Atharta became so angry that Vikingham, a large man wearing full armor, was unable to restrain him this time. It would seem that now a cruel and merciless blow would follow, which would break the fragile woman's nose, leave a huge bruise, or even cause even more terrible and irreparable damage. But no, the protagonist easily caught the young man's hand and gently squeezed it with her fragile, warm palms, trying to convey a tactile feeling of safety and care. And this touching gesture finally worked. All the anger was pumped out of Leon. He quietly and weakly barked, and then simply fell asleep on the floor with blissful peace on his face. After watching this for a few seconds, the main character eventually closed her eyes and exhaled heavily, deeply. She understood perfectly well that she had essentially walked on a tightrope over an abyss and only miraculously did not fall down. Gurdon and Vikingham looked at her with incredible shock and almost reverent fear. Approximately the same expressions on the faces of the inhabitants of mythical cities besieged by dragons, who saw how a wandering saint pacified monsters with prayers alone. Adler, a seasoned and experienced warrior, was now frantically recalling his previous conversation with the butler. How the old man, almost tangling in his protective cloak from excitement, recounted with what ease and dexterity the new girl had tamed Leon's anger. Having regained control over his tongue and lips, the great knight warned that he would take the mad prince back to his cage, and as for the protagonist, they would definitely need to renegotiate the terms of her contract. But for now, she should stay put. The main character tried to clarify something or object, but then the man repeated his request, but with such an ominous look and tone that even a warhorse would have rushed away in horror, ignoring the orders and jabs of the rider. Naturally, the woman's desire to argue and object after this completely disappeared, and in the next frame, readers were shown how she was sitting on the sofa in Vikingham's office and awkwardly asking to be called informally Trixie instead of her full first and last name. Someone else might have argued about this, but Adler didn't care about such trifles. He easily answered yes, and then immediately got to the heart of the matter, demanding that the newcomer answer the question of what she would like, because now he was completely determined to keep her in the estate, no matter what the cost. After all, the prince had been in captivity since he was 13, and the older he got, the harder it was to control him due to the fact that Leon was growing into a real bull. That is why they had to end up using sleeping pills, as they did when working with animals. And as for the whips, the young man once played with one of them, got hurt, and since then has had an instinctive fear of flexible, long, and sharp things. The protagonist is truly disgusted by this, and Vikingham, to his credit, makes no attempt to justify himself. Neither he nor any of the other servants were proud of such actions, and that is why they need a way to deal with the prince without violence. If things were different, no one would have tried so long and persistently to persuade the main character not to leave, promising her real mountains of gold, or, to be more literal, some mysterious document that contained what she needed most. When the girl cautiously asked what it was, the knight allowed himself a slight but very meaningful grin before asking if she knew anything about destroying marriage history. The traveler was so taken aback that at first she didn't even have enough words to say anything, and then her fingers began to tremble very slightly. Her hands began to sweat, and now she was looking at her interlocutor with a desperate plea. asking whether it was possible to gain freedom through divorce. Yes, that was exactly what Vikingham had in mind. And although the marriage laws in this world were incredibly harsh, he was ready to use all possible connections and means to annul the union of the protagonist with her vile husband. The price, however, was truly enormous, as much as 20 million gold coins, and that is precisely why no one in this world had ever officially divorced before, preferring either to endure a hated husband or wife, or to get rid of them. However, the realization that she could gain her freedom and not even have to pay for it out of her own pocket turned the girl's head, and Adler chuckled to himself with satisfaction that the bait had been swallowed, and Trixie was on her way to returning to her rightful place. The girl did not answer for a very long time, so much so that the knight even decided that the conditions did not satisfy her. But no, the reason was the exact opposite. It all sounded so fabulous that it was hard to believe that it was not some kind of deception or a dream. Then the brunette looked very seriously at his interlocutor and said that she had given him and others hope, which meant that such a service was not an overly generous payment. Ultimately, if the traveler agrees, then Leon Athart will finally have the opportunity to return to exactly where he should be, that is, to the imperial palace, as Giuseppe decided to herself. There was another factor that she was not going to say out loud. Having seen how hard the poor young man was suffering, she simply would not be able to leave in cold blood and forget him. Her conscience would not allow that. She thought back to Sondok, her beloved dog and friend from the past. All the techniques and tricks that worked on her had the same effect on the crazy blonde, so it was worth at least trying. And if everything goes well, then who knows? Perhaps it is she, the humble maid Trixie, who will turn the savage prince, who attacks people with growls and fists, into a beautiful golden-haired ruler. It's a real win-win situation on all sides. Atarte won't have to endure all the abuse and torment he suffered in the original novel. Beatrice will be freed from that fat pig forever and will get a luxurious house in the capital, and she has nothing to lose anyway. After some thought, she cautiously asked if the aforementioned house was included in the terms of their new agreement, and Vikingham quickly confirmed that it was. If the protagonist wanted it, she would get such a home. And then the woman's eyes lit up with greed. With incredible speed, she began to express her wishes regarding her future estate, how many cool things it should have, and that all the amenities should be taken into account. Adler even started to sweat a little because it was simply impossible to find the perfect and luxurious accommodation. But he bit his tongue in time and agreed to make every effort if the girl, for her part, fulfilled her part of the deal. And the traveler gave her word. Thus was concluded a fateful agreement between a representative of the imperial house and a humble maid exiled from high society. But before signing, she very seriously demanded that the knight take an oath to provide her with a divorce. The warrior easily agreed, and then Giuseppe, turning away, added that she also would not force Leon to behave like, so to speak, normal people if he himself did not want it. It was more important that Atharta finally found happiness. Having received such an answer, Vikingham again stared at his interlocutor with genuine surprise, before finally lowering his gaze and quietly admitting that he felt the same desire, like the other servants. The former Limbob looked at the brunette with sincere sympathy. He was not an aloof and indifferent servant, but truly loved the prince and wished him well, but simply did not know how this could be achieved. And if you think about it, Adler may have suffered even more than Leon himself. After all, he had to watch from the sidelines as the empire increasingly crumbled at the seams, and as its only direct heir increasingly turned into an animal, and realized that there was no way to do anything about it. Then the protagonist herself wrote into the contract that no one else had the right to use whips and medicine to tame the prince, and if Vikingham completely agreed with the first, he could argue with the second. The man believed that the medicines were necessary, and that completely refusing them would only make the problem worse. So the main character agreed to small concessions. The medicines would remain, but only for the most extreme cases, and she herself would decide when to give them. There was a palpable tension in the room for a moment. The knight was clearly starting to get annoyed that the maid wanted to take almost complete power over his master's fortune, but ultimately the brunette decided to agree. At this point, the discussion ended, and the action immediately moved to late evening when most people were already blissfully dreaming their second sleep, but not Trixie, who was sitting on her bed, looking intently at the papers. The realization that she had signed a contract with her own hand, agreed to take full responsibility for the fate of the prince of an entire empire, and that she would live here for a whole year, weighed heavily on her. Before this, she tried to act very confident and even a little daring in front of Vikingham, but now she could allow herself to simply think. Did she really do the right thing? There were so many thoughts that she couldn't even fall asleep, so Giuseppe just lay around on the bed until she looked out the window and realized that she was seeing a full moon. This again made her remember Doc's son, who for some reason loved the full moon very much and always asked to go for a walk at night when this phase of the moon fell. A less sentimental person, who did not like animals, would hardly have understood her emotions. But in fact, the traveler still remembered her four-legged pet and desperately missed it. Because of this feeling, even just lying and staring into space became completely unbearable, so the girl decided to go outside and breathe some fresh air. Fortunately, the sky was very beautiful and bright. For some time, the woman slowly strolled through the garden, enjoying the way the night breeze pleasantly touched her skin and relieved the accumulated fatigue, until suddenly a terrible but quite human howl was heard. At first, the protagonist tried to dismiss the idea that it could be Leon, because even for him, such behavior would be ridiculous and absurd. But then she couldn't stand it and started running to the castle to check, until she ran out of breath. Naturally, it eventually turned out that it was indeed Atharta. He climbed onto the roof, as always, dressed only in old pants, and howled mournfully at the full moon, like a stereotypical werewolf. It looked so ridiculous that the newcomer didn't even know whether to laugh or cry, and then decided to just leave. Well, she couldn't stop the prince from shouting, or throw him down from the roof, so what should she do next? But Leon seemed to hear and understand her words, because in just a few seconds, he moved from a height of several meters down and jumped so as to end up right in front of the girl's nose. Suppressing the urge to scream in horror, Trixie feigned nonchalance as she chided the boy for his behavior and asked him when he had managed to get off so quickly before the blond man began growling again. It was hard to believe that the atmosphere could become even more awkward than it already was, but Atharta managed to do it, although the girl mentally noted that he was at least approaching her now, which was already progress. And this, strictly speaking, was the first time that the protagonist was able to calmly and in detail examine the face of her new ward, without having to calm his hysterics and make sure not to lose his nose and eyes. In reality, long-time madmen are very rarely attractive, but Leone was very lucky with his genes. Without any training or diets, he was born an athletically built blonde with beautiful and deep eyes that fascinated Beatrice, like lamps. A firefly. Giuseppe realized that a little more, and she would simply drown in those beautiful eyes. But then help came from an unexpected place. Atharta suddenly turned his back to her and pointed with his hands at the area of her lower back and buttocks. For some reason, he wanted the woman to climb on his back, but riding the man who was technically your employer and future emperor was too much even for Trixie, and she tried to refuse. Flashing a toothy smile like some kind of fairy, the traveler suggested that the guy just play somewhere on his own, and she would get home just fine on her own. But Atharta, of course, did not listen to objections, and in the best traditions of romantic mangas and manhwas, he picked up the maid in his arms, and after that, invisible roses seemed to bloom in the air. According to the laws of the genre, at this moment the girl is obliged to feel embarrassment and hidden joy, mixed with modesty and timid hope for more. But Giuseppe only began to fight and struggle, at the same time scolding Leone for the fact that he had previously crawled only on all fours. She fell silent when she suddenly heard, "Everything is fine." And since Trixie did not have the habit of talking to herself, and no one else was here, only the prince could say this. But the blonde did not say anything else, and answered all questions only with a puzzled look. Here the main character's patience finally snapped. Turning purple like a tomato and almost losing her voice, she demanded that they immediately let her go to the ground and not scare her like that anymore. However, her demands were ignored this time too. The man only pressed his living burden tighter to his chest, and then rushed away, and not at all in the direction where the servants' dormitory was located. Through experience, it became clear that this young man could move quickly, not only on all fours, like Tarzan. Even on two legs, he rushed forward at such a speed that Trixie could only stupidly open her mouth. The estate disappeared from view in a matter of moments, and the girl's soul was once again filled with a sticky, frosty fear of the unpredictable madman. Finally forgetting about pride, Giuseppe began to beg the blonde to stop. This time, she finally stopped. Leone, who had maintained an impassive, doll-like expression on his face the entire time, abruptly stopped running, and then obediently lowered the captive to the ground. But now she could finally understand where exactly the guy had dragged her. It turned out to be a large clearing in the middle of the forest, from which the beautiful night sky was clearly visible, and, in particular, a whole stream of falling stars. The spectacle was so breathtaking that the protagonist instantly forgot about her recent fears, and when she regained her speech, she asked if Atharta had brought her to his favorite place, to which she suddenly received a clear answer. Hearing this, the main character again began to behave with the prince as if he were a dog. She ruffled his light hair and cooed what a good boy he was. Just a sight to behold. This attitude would have driven almost any person crazy, and Leone was no exception. He growled again, baring his strong teeth, and the newcomer swore to constantly watch her actions from that moment on. And yet, she could not get rid of the dog associations when communicating with her owner and foster child. In her eyes, he was a problem puppy who refused to make contact for a long time. After this, the girl sat down under a tree and stared at an indefinite point in front of her. In the night air, illuminated by the moonlight, numerous drops of dew shimmered like small crystals. Right before her eyes, the prince began to dig up the earth with his bare hands, and she wondered again, when and how exactly did the descendant of the imperial family begin to behave like an animal? The boy worked with his hands with all possible concentration, as if he saw some very important meaning in this, and the woman meanwhile continued to think about who could instill such behavior in the future sovereign, who, with all his shortcomings, at least knew how to speak a little. This is where she finally decided to start. Gently interrupting Etart's very important activity, Giuseppe asked what words exactly he knew, whether they included terms like you, good, or who. The man did not answer right away. For the first few seconds, he could only stare silently at his interlocutor, and then he looked away and, as if with great reluctance, answered, "Know the word." However, this broke the ice that had remained between the main characters until now, and the prince listed other phrases he knew, such as no, hey, eat, and okay, and Beatrice asked him to continue. The protagonist's limited vocabulary consisted entirely of fairly simple, monosyllabic words that even small children could easily learn, until he suddenly reached such eerie phrases as spy, die, and damn night, leaving Trixie once again dumbfounded. As soon as she managed to pick her jaw up from the floor, the first thing she did was ask if they were talking about Vikingham, the head caretaker of the estate, and the blonde grimly confirmed this guess. The woman instead tried to teach Leone to call Adler by his real name, but to no avail. He repeated the phrase, damn night, with the stubbornness of a broken machine, clearly demonstrating how much he truly hated this man. Realizing that trying to work in this direction was completely futile, she decided to turn her attention to herself instead. She pointed her finger at herself and loudly announced that she answered to the name Trixie. Then she pointed to her interlocutor in exactly the same way and said that his name was Leone. But the prince only looked at her with his characteristic empty, fish-like gaze, as if he was completely indifferent. However, it only looked that way from the outside. In reality, the young aristocrat listened to her attentively and eventually managed to repeat his own name out loud, so the delighted newcomer began to teach him hers. The blonde boy didn't succeed on his first try, because he spent most of his life without communicating with anyone verbally. But the young man eventually managed to pronounce the name Trixie correctly. After this, the atmosphere became frankly strange again. The prince repeated the name of his teacher in a changed voice, smiled and fell silent, and the girl simply looked at his face in silence for a while. It was like a strike of invisible lightning, not destructive or painful, but shaking to the very foundations. And yet, for such an effect, Ararte only needed to smile and clearly pronounce the name of his interlocutor. Having recovered from the strange languor, the protagonist sincerely congratulated her ward and wanted to try some more phrases, but did not have time. The prince again made a terrible face, and then pressed the woman to his chest, as if protecting her from an invisible enemy. The thicket hadn't changed at all. The night forest remained a place of peace and natural beauty, but Leon growled that there was some kind of monster nearby. This greatly puzzled the main character, who remembered the contents of the first half of the original book quite well, and could not recall anything about the predators in the vicinity of Mount Mito. But all sober thoughts flew out of her head when a loud rustling sound was heard. She pressed herself against her companion in genuine horror, expecting a hungry wolf or bear to jump out of the bushes at any second. So now Atarte had to stroke his maid on the head and convince her that everything would be fine. Beatrice did not miss the peculiar irony that she was now the one being tried to comfort and soothe through stroking. But her head went blank again as soon as the rustling sounded very close, a few meters away from the couple. This sharp reaction finally forced the main character to act. He rose to his feet, picked up the woman again, and then cast a very angry look towards the bushes, promising death to any offender. A person might have been scared, but the hungry monster didn't give a damn about anyone's views. It was getting closer and closer to the people, rushing forward through the bushes, making them tremble. A few seconds later, it appeared in the light, and it really was not a normal creature, but some kind of monster, shrouded in a purple glow, with huge white eyes, and its whole body was long, like a puff of smoke. Leon bared his teeth and let out his most terrible roar, and Beatrice simply closed her eyes in horror and curled up into a ball, expecting immediate and painful death. But when it never came, the girl risked opening her eyes and saw an ordinary rabbit on the ground in front of her. Yes, it was a completely ordinary, small, and harmless animal. But Atharta, for some reason, reacted to it very sharply, and the protagonist's imagination did the rest, creating the image of some purple demon. Taking a breath, Beatrice laughed at her fears and relaxedly patted her companion on the back, as if he too turned out to be a coward. But the blonde did not listen to her. He looked at the little animal as if he was going to tear it to pieces with his own teeth. After this, the rabbit wisely decided to go away, and as soon as his fluffy tail disappeared into the distance, Trixie continued to laugh at what fools they had made of themselves. Having finally calmed down, the prince tried to repeat this new word with interest, but the newcomer immediately waved her finger in front of him and forbade him to remember such nasty things, like a mother trying to protect her child from swearing. After that, the girl continued to coo, curl her lips and make eyes, admiring the appearance of the recently escaped rabbit, and then tried to teach the protagonist how normal people sleep, on beds, putting something under their heads. The answer was much colder and more laconic. Simply, no. And the maid didn't even have time to ask where such a reaction came from when the prince began to take his half-animal stance again. The main character very quickly began to suspect that there was something wrong with these actions, although it was not so difficult, because the guy did not take his eyes off the animal and crept up on it slowly but tirelessly. Yes, Leon Atharta, crown prince of the empire of the same name, the emperor's only offspring and one of the greatest men in the land, hunted like a predatory ape. Without any tools, he got close enough and rushed forward like a spring. Naturally, Trixie simply could not allow the life of an innocent and beautiful little animal to suddenly and cruelly end, so she jumped on the blonde in response, wrapping her arms around his torso. Naturally, this led to an absurd but logical outcome. Both protagonists fell to the ground, grappling with each other, and the unfortunate rodent continued to eat the grass, only occasionally twitching its ear. Only after this did the main character finally realize that all this time, her boss and protege, rolled into one, had been walking around without outerwear, and could easily get a wound from any stone lying on the road. So she began to examine him with concern. The task was complicated by the fact that the prince had been beaten with whips for many years. His body was completely covered with bruises, contusions, and scars of varying degrees of age, so it was very difficult to notice a fresh one, and the young man twitched because he was afraid of tickling. Oh, she would have loved to joke and make fun of the young man about this, but he gave her such an angry look that Giuseppe instantly deflated, remembering that he was her boss, as well as the future emperor. And instead, the time traveler decided to talk about the rabbit. Atharta had no intention of killing him and eating him, as the main character had initially been scared of. However, the conversation, due to the man's meager vocabulary, resembled a conversation with a broken telephone and boiled down to repeating, "This is Trixie." The protagonist looked from her interlocutor to the animal and then back for a long time, and finally admitted that she didn't understand a damn thing what the prince was trying to convey to her. But she didn't say it out loud, but suggested going home. And the man didn't argue. He smiled again, gently touched Trixie's palm, and they slowly walked back to the estate, while the rabbit watched these strange creatures in bewilderment. After this, the action moved to a tavern of some sort, which had a very stereotypical image. Wooden tables laden with food and drink, huge wooden mugs of beer, and waitresses in old-fashioned dresses. One of the visitors turned out to be the protagonist's husband, already familiar to readers, and he was openly happy that he had finally gotten rid of this talentless person, sending her out of sight and possibly to certain death. His interlocutor objected that there could be no certainty, but the fat man just waved it off. If even Broker himself didn't know, then there was no need to guess anymore. Beatrice Giuseppe was dead as a doornail. And to celebrate this, he was going to throw a party such as the world had never seen before. And in a fit of generosity, he announced that he would pay for all the drinks for his bosom buddies himself, to their great delight. Here, a woman in a pink shirt and with large breasts quietly approached Beatrice's husband. She had large mugs of beer in her hands and gratitude on her lips for the next stream of profit. Touching the peasant's fat face very softly and intimately, the woman suggested that he come to see him that evening, and the antagonist finally went crazy with numerous lustful ideas. In addition, the fat man began to make exactly the same loving and romantic faces as at the very beginning of the story, when the newcomer first met him in person. Finally, this woman, Joan, tenderly kissed her wealthiest client, and then went off to work, seductively swaying her lush hips. The antagonist, giggling and dreamily rolling his eyes, thought out loud about getting married again, and his friends muttered enviously that he was lucky with women, no matter how you looked at it. But this angered him rather than pleased him. The peasant began to complain about that incompetent mop and all the problems it caused him, although it was the protagonist who suffered from her husband's grief. Fat Jamie's whining was suddenly interrupted by a very thin, red-eyed man. Conspiratorially playing with his fingers, he offered to go and play a game, even promising 100 gold pieces as an initial bet. The villain was almost speechless when he heard about such a huge sum, but he still did not blindly take the bait. He believed that not a single gambling house that allowed commoners would throw away such money. But the thin man, like a devil on his shoulder, continued to persuade his friend to go to all lengths. He said that the place was run by a very rich count who didn't care about the social status of his clientele. He was practically bathing in gold anyway. So, there were some rumors that their mutual friend Anderson had acquired his house precisely thanks to the money he had won there. But Jamie still treated all this with considerable skepticism. Of course, this mysterious club had rules, or rather, one single, but carefully observed condition, stating that each client was obliged to play with the dealer at the entrance, and only a win would give the right to go further. And the fat man risked practically nothing. Even if he ran out of money, he could ask for more thanks to his marriage to Beatrice Giuseppe, and this made Jamie grin predatory. Like, finally, this fool really brought some benefit. Then he glanced at Joan, who continued to work, collecting food and delivering orders, unaware that she was being judged like a thoroughbred horse. From the antagonist's point of view, she was too proud, although beautiful. But if he collects a lot of money through loans in his wife's name, he will be able to organize for himself a whole harem of young and sexy girls for every taste and color. This became the decisive factor in his thoughts, and now the fat man, without a drop of doubt, demanded to know the address where this mysterious gambling house was located. Upon hearing this, the thin man gave the most devilish grin possible. The action then moved to the estate where Atharta lived in captivity. The main character worked in the yard, but her left hand was seriously injured, and she seriously doubted that she would be able to finish everything with only her right hand. With all possible determination, the girl took hold of the heavy bucket, and then Gurdon swooped down on her like a hawk. The old butler, without losing his usual politeness, was still terribly indignant that the lady continued to work despite her injuries. As it turned out, the woman had injured her arm a few days ago when she had jumped on Leon in a reckless attempt to stop him from grabbing a rabbit, but Trixie couldn't reveal the truth about it so as not to ruin her owner's already bad reputation. However, she felt awkward about doing practically nothing and getting paid a lot of money for it, so she decided to talk to Vikingum. Fortunately, the latter was in his usual place, in the office. When Giuseppe entered, Adler gave her a cold look and reminded her in an icy tone that he had forbidden her to work until she had fully recovered, and the newcomer then asked in a very innocent tone to be given something to teach her about animals, about rabbits. Yes, about the rabbits. As it turned out, Beatrice could not forget the prince's clumsy attempts to compare her to a rodent, and now she was going to conduct a real investigation to get an additional key to understanding her ward. The knight listened calmly to the maid's request, chewed his lip, and finally said that yes, he did have a book filled with hunter's notes, although it lacked the details typical of encyclopedias. After that, the brunette finally pushed the protagonist out of the office, once again strictly forbidding her to do anything physically, and poor Gurdon, it turns out, spent a lot of time carrying a heavy bucket, only to hear in the end that it was no longer necessary. The main character felt sincerely ashamed and uncomfortable in front of the old man, not to mention that she was sincerely tired of hearing the word professor from him. So she plucked up her courage and asked him not to do it again. The servant's reaction was even more acute than one might have expected. He dropped the bucket at his feet and then screamed at the top of his lungs that this simply couldn't be done, because Beatrice Giuseppe really was a professor in terms of knowledge. There was no way to convince him, and all the alternative options were even worse, so the girl decided to go all out, to pretend to have a terrible stomach pain due to an illness that caused discomfort when the word starting with the letter P was mentioned. Gurdon may have looked like some kind of ridiculous and fussy fat man, a humanoid Winnie the Pooh. He was not a complete idiot and did not fall for this trick, but he still continued to shower the newcomer with compliments, and every word he said felt like a slap. Another person would have just fluffed up his peacock tail, listening to all these honeyed words, but the former Korean woman was sincerely ashamed, because she felt like a real imposter, receiving an award for nothing. As soon as the fat man got distracted and went off to do some business, the protagonist took advantage of the opportunity to escape from him. Fortunately, she learned from the compassionate Vikingum the location of the room where she could rest alone. The room didn't look very good at first, because it was covered in a huge layer of dust. Clearly, no one had entered it for months, if not years. But after a few minutes, it turned out clean and sparkling, like a ballroom. The heroine carefully studied the book, especially the sections about canines. She was sure that Leon was very close in spirit to wolves and dogs, so she wanted to learn everything possible about their psychology and habits. But, as Adler warned, the book was not written by scientists, but by hunters. The authors did not try to build any deep assumptions or theories, but simply wrote, "If you hear a wolf howl, it means the predator is calling the pack, and you need to run." In addition, the book mentioned that wolves are noble creatures by nature, who always share food with their females first, and only then eat themselves, not to mention that their packs are strong, monolithic families. In the end, she spent a lot of time, learned a huge amount of information of varying degrees of usefulness, but in the end, she still did not figure out the most important thing: why the hell Atharta decided to compare her to a rabbit. But then it finally dawned on her pink-haired head that the prince might have had some specific compliments in mind, and that he was deliberately trying to act in a way that would please the new maid, and it made her smile all the way. While walking down the corridor, the protagonist unexpectedly ran into Vikingum, as always sullen, distant, and immersed in reading. But he had good news. Mr. Leone had finally woken up. Nevertheless, he strictly forbade the woman to even approach His Highness's chambers. The other servants, do not eat their bread for nothing, and helping a maid who is unable to use even one hand would be, to put it mildly, excessive. As for the blonde himself, right now he was playing with Gurdon. Although, to be honest, it would be much more accurate to call it a chase, and even Beatrice was creepy to remember it. Adler once again asked the main character to go and rest and not do anything physical, and the tone of his voice was so cold that ice would have seemed hot in comparison. But, fortunately for everyone, the woman was not going to insist otherwise. Trying hard to maintain a visible optimism, she admitted that she simply wanted to see the gentleman, and forced out such a smile that even the last cynic would not have been able to resist it. Even Vikingham softened a little at the sight of this. He quickly pointed to the door and added that the prince and the butler were currently in the garden, and that after the protagonist's classes, the blonde was behaving much more calmly than before. The girl cautiously asked whether the old man had decided to take the whip contrary to their agreement, but the knight dispelled her fears. Instead, Gurdon was now running from Atharta, clutching some kind of huge bone in his hands. The maid launched into an explanation that it seemed to her that the prince liked the bones even more than Doc's son. But as soon as she realized that she had said too much, she smiled even wider than before and quickly turned away. The prince's bodyguard did not detain her, only asked her to keep her promise and not try to do any work on the sly. And outside, meanwhile, Leone and Gurdon were having fun, like a dog on a walk with its owner. The protagonist quickly greeted the servant, ignoring the next time he addressed her as a professor, and then leaned over to Atarte and began to coo at him, to which the blonde responded with his signature fishy look. However, he could not resist. He bowed his head and nudged the traveler's shoulder, just like a pet begging its dear owner for a new portion of affection. And Trixie, of course, happily began to scratch and stroke the boy's head, cooing to him in the style of, "You were a good boy, weren't you?" swinging and receiving a quiet "uh-huh" in response. And then she decided to stop beating around the bush, playing riddles or exchanging hints. After stroking the young man again, Giuseppe asked him directly if he liked her. Someone else might have even become confused, would have started to look around in panic, blush, and mumble something unintelligible. But not Leone. He only smiled and blushed from embarrassment and joy. However, Beatrice's response was completely different from what one might expect. She suddenly hugged the guy tightly, but in the usual way, devoid of any hint of intimacy, and shouted that she finally understood. What she realized was this. Atharta, like a noble wolf, saw Trixie as a member of his family and pack, and in order to take care of her and at the same time demonstrate his feelings, he tried to catch that rabbit. The man still had a very limited vocabulary, but the look he gave the protagonist literally screamed, "Are you an idiot?" But he didn't add anything else, and only obediently allowed her to scratch him behind the ear again. Giuseppe was very pleased with her insight. She remembered how she had watched the prince howl at night, kept him company on a walk, compared it with the data from the journal and her experience of owning a dog. And now she felt like a true winner. Taking advantage of the opportunity, she also decided to teach her ward a new word, thank you, which should be said in those situations in which you experience happiness. However, there was no new language lesson. Atharta suddenly turned his attention to the protagonist's injured arm, dressed in a tight bandage and splint, and measured her with another of his thoughtless, empty gazes. A few seconds later, he said a laconic but profound, "I don't like it," and the girl tried to convince her pupil that it was just nonsense, but the blonde repeated, "I don't like it," again. And then he began to growl gutturally, like that very wolf who suddenly sensed a competing predator on his territory, and the time traveler, anticipating the nightmarish consequences, hastened to assure her, no, Adler did not break her arm. The prince calmed down almost immediately after he got angry, and did something that the girl did not expect from him in principle. He pressed his lips to her injured limb, as if in a kiss. Anyone would have been taken aback by such a sudden turn of events, which was not even preceded by candles, candies, or bouquets. And the newcomer was no exception. She even began to slur her words from shock. However, Leone, as he had often done before, basically did not pay attention to other people's words. He continued to lick one finger after another, periodically casting languid glances at his partner. It would seem that just a little more, and the main heroine of the story would die from overexertion. But then a saving and rational thought came to her. In this way, the wild prince simply demonstrates his wish for her to get well. After this, the girl had enough courage to gently but firmly pull her hand away and order the mischievous youth to return to playing with Gurdon, who had tactfully gone off somewhere until that moment, and that Trixie herself should return to studying her books. The protagonist had a completely opposite opinion on this matter, and he expressed it in a simple but illustrative way. He frowned like a pouting child, and then grabbed the hem of the maid's dress with his teeth. He held her tightly. Fortunately, the prince's neck turned out to be truly bull-like, and the girl, in principle, did not expect resistance, and it all ended there, with her collapsing on her butt, finding herself in the master's arms of the blonde. This situation was clearly beyond any boundaries for the time traveler, so she asked the aristocrat, in an almost pleading tone, to let her go, to which she received a categorical no. However, Trixie still managed to break free, and sternly warned her that she needed to study, so Leon should never grab her like that again, otherwise he would get it in the neck. However, the blonde didn't listen, and instead took an alternative approach. He grabbed the maid's dress with his hands, holding her in place, and then made his most pitiful face and made the saddest eyes. It might have worked with someone else, but the protagonist felt only a dull irritation in response to those puppy eyes. Apparently, she had developed an immunity over the years of keeping dogs. After this, the action was again transferred to another time and place. Readers were shown how Adler Vikingham accepted a book from someone, rolled his eyes in irritation, and asked what it all meant. And such a reaction, to be honest, was easy to understand, because in front of him stood the main character, disheveled, as if she had just been raised from bed, and the crown prince of the great empire of Athart was still holding onto her skirt with his teeth. The essence of the problem turned out to be very simple. The blonde simply flatly refused to leave his beloved mistress, and from such news, the unfortunate knight felt the ground slipping out from under his feet. As it turned out, the man felt genuine envy, mixed with the bitterness of betrayal. After all, he had patiently and devotedly cared for the crowned fool for 5 years, protected him from all dangers, and in response, he received only endless attempts at attack. In another situation, Adler might have restrained himself and tried to digest the insult in silence, but now he was simply blown away. Forgetting about all formalities and losing his voice from shouting, Vikingham demanded an answer as to why the prince hated him so much. Without unclenching his teeth, the blonde muttered, "Chofta pizza," and looked down at the floor. And Trixie, feeling like the heroine of an absurd comedy, hastened to convince the brunette that Leon hadn't said anything, that he had misheard everything. And then she turned sharply and walked away very quickly, justifying this by Atharda's need to return to her room. And the maid very cleverly pretended not to hear Adler's request to stay. However, the unfortunate man quickly understood what the gentleman was about to tell him, and made such a miserable and gray face that some dead people are more cheerful. Meanwhile, the main characters finally arrived at the prince's room, and it, as expected, turned out to be luxurious, with the best and most expensive furniture and carpets. Only it was ransacked from top to bottom. The protagonist was genuinely shocked. She already knew that there were a lot of unused rooms in the mansion that were allowed to gather dust and decay, and she subconsciously expected that Leon's sleeping place would be about the same. But no. The room, although in disarray, remained completely well kept and clean, which sincerely pleased the girl, because it served as the best proof that the servants loved their master. Atharta responded with a gloomy and even irritated look, and then the newcomer saw an object that was very strange to see in an ordinary human room, a large, richly decorated, glowing white, but still a cage. The main character, still saying nothing, crawled on all fours to the cage and lay down in its center, after which he cast a strange glance at the girl, as if inviting her to go inside or do something else. It all looked so strange and wild that the former Korean woman simply had no comments for it. But she quickly coped with her emotions, and with a smile, assured the young man that she was not going to go anywhere. Therefore, Atharta could not worry about anything. His beloved mentor would never abandon him. She would be there until the very end and watch over his peaceful sleep. And as proof of this, she scratched the guy behind the ear again. And then she climbed into his cage herself, allowing him to lower his head onto her lap. Fortunately, the structure was very low and had no lid, so even a child could easily cope with this task. After some time, the maid remembered Dachshund again. Atharta behaved exactly like this dog, and Beatrice felt sorry that they would not be able to meet and become friends. Then she opened the hunting book, turned the page to the picture of the wolf, and showed it to Leona. Like, "What do you think, my dear? Do you have something in common?" The man looked at the picture, with a puzzled and hardly meaningful look, for a few seconds, before leaving the maid's lap and lying down on his elbows. Now he looked with a little more interest, and then he raised his head and began to howl, just like when Trixie accidentally noticed him on the roof of the estate, and her eyes widened so much that it was a miracle they didn't fall out of their sockets. The author then used a short time skip again, fast-forwarding the action to late evening. The sun had almost disappeared behind the horizon, painting the sky a dark burgundy, and the decorations in the room shimmered faintly, catching this glow. During this time, the protagonist was able to contact Vikingum. The night brought bedding, and Leon had already been fast asleep on the maid's lap for a long time. Adler, to put it mildly, had doubts about the girl planning to sleep in the same room with a man who was a complete stranger to her, but Beatrice treated it as a joke, especially since a certain golden-haired scoundrel didn't want to let her go. But in her opinion, there was no reason to worry in any case. The maid was still firmly convinced that the prince saw her as something like an older sister or even a mother, and therefore, in principle, would not undertake vulgar actions. The knight sighed heavily and sorrowfully. He was still incredibly bitter that for years of faithful service he received only hostility, while a random girl from the street instantly made Ottertu wag her tail in front of her. But he put other people's interests above his envy. But as soon as the brunette stepped out the door, wishing the main characters good night, it was as if a demon had entered the blonde. He instantly jumped up, tensed every muscle in his body, and bared his teeth angrily. There was a knock at the door, and the protagonist herself tensed up against her will, clearly expecting that a dangerous stranger would appear behind the door. But no, it turned out to be just Gurdon. Despite the fact that it was only an old butler, Atharta still growled, hissed, and spat, as if at some point a mad dog had managed to bite him. The girl who had been hit by this again had a flashback involving Dachshund. This generally very good-natured dog also began to bark like crazy if she thought that some stranger or little-known subject was crossing her personal boundaries. From this, she concluded that Leon was driven by exactly the same instincts, and so she shouted to the servant not to approach the door. She herself would go outside if necessary. But even this required truly epic efforts from the unfortunate girl, because Atharta was literally crawling on her heels. Only at the last moment did the maid manage to close the door so that Gurdon would not see anything strange. The reason for the visit turned out to be, in essence, banal, but very pleasant. The good-natured old man decided that the professor could do with some refreshment after a long day of work, and he also prepared dishes for His Highness. The traveler quickly thanked the butler and said goodbye to him in order to return to the room and feed the prince. Otherwise, the latter was already starting to sulk because his beloved mistress had disappeared. He ate, as one might expect from a man who considered himself a dog, in a very unpleasant way, still standing on all fours, grabbing whole pieces of meat with his jaws and tearing them into smaller pieces with his teeth. The main character looked at this for a few seconds, as if enchanted, before regaining control over her body and forcing herself to start eating too. The body needed calories to function normally, but she was not allowed to do even this in peace, because Atharte wanted to make a fuss again. Seeing that the lady had sat down and was beginning to eat food with the help of strange objects, he immediately dropped his steaks, crawled closer, and stared like a wolf at the spoon. The protagonist, of course, froze at this, wondering what the guy didn't like this time. And then the prince suddenly said, "Monster!" and roughly grabbed some dish from the maid's plate. They were mushrooms, and Beatrice initially thought that Leon loved them, which is why he decided to steal them without asking. But in fact, the blonde went to the window, opened it, and threw the expensive dish out into the street. Trixie's heart, the heart of a gourmet who tries to appreciate every piece and every penny paid for it, almost burst from such sacrilege. But she pulled herself together and politely asked whether Atharta did this because of his dislike for mushrooms, to which the guy shook his head. He tried to explain himself as best as his vocabulary of 1.5 to 2 dozen words allowed, but it turned out very unclear. The main character was still unable to understand whether there was something wrong with the mushrooms, or whether the blonde simply didn't give a damn about them. Having decided to leave the solution of this riddle for some future time, the woman took on a more pressing and difficult question. Where should she sleep? On a bed, as she should, or in a cage, like an animal? Although in reality, the problem was not so much this, but rather the fact that the very thought of having to sleep side by side with Leona caused a strange languor and monstrous awkwardness in the protagonist's body. She could have racked her brains like this for a very long time, and ultimately not come to anything worthwhile. So Atharta suddenly took the initiative, rising to his feet so that the maid almost rested against his huge muscular chest. He demanded that they sleep together. Most women would have either slapped the guy in the face or taken off all their clothes from such a proposal, but the newcomer still perceived him mainly as a dog, so after some thought, she agreed. However, even after that, Trixie's face read in huge letters, "What am I even doing here?" Because no matter how you look at it, the idea of spending the night in an animal cage seemed extremely strange, if not perverted. Having with some difficulty pacified this unpleasant trembling throughout her body, the protagonist set herself the goal of falling asleep in this modest corner. When she wakes up and opens her eyes, it will be morning, and she will be able to return to the rest of her affairs. Naturally, Leon had completely opposite plans, so he did not allow his teacher to sleep peacefully, but picked her up in his arms and pressed her to his chest. Luckily, he didn't intend to paw her or do anything else vile, but instead, the young man threw the maid right onto the pile of pillows, like a small house cat. Again, with difficulty suppressing the trembling in her voice, the woman asked if Atharta would mind if she slept here, although it was he who had thrown her into this place, strictly speaking. In response, the man gently patted the place next to him, said, "Trix is here," and he himself hastened to set an example for her by lying down on the pillow, like an ordinary person, and not a beast-like savage. He fell asleep quickly and soundly, which could not be said about the traveler. She managed to change into a nightgown, but for a long time she simply lay on her back and looked at the ceiling, unable to plunge into the kingdom of Morpheus. She was still worried and embarrassed by the fact that she was in a cage, like some kind of monkey. But at the same time, the girl felt gratitude to Atharte for the care he showed. She even reached out to pet him, but involuntarily disturbed him. The blonde snored loudly and opened his mouth in a half-conscious yawn, so the maid quickly removed her hand and instead covered her pupil with a blanket, whispering that he was clearly very tired during the day. Initially, the main character was only concerned about money, freedom from her parasitic husband, and a normal life. But now, having lived in the estate for a while, she suddenly realized that what she wanted most of all was for Leon to be happy and healthy, and for those around him to accept him and not be afraid. Having thoroughly rolled this thought around in her mind, the former Limbobi made a clear and firm decision. She would teach the prince how to live and behave in human society at any cost, and thus break the barrier of misunderstanding and fear. Then, Atharta will be able to easily establish contacts with others and show them his true self. But for this dream to come true, it is necessary to understand where his strange madness came from in the first place. The morning, as usual, began not with coffee, but with loud screams. The protagonist begged the prince not to jump out of the window. There are doors for movement, and besides, they are on the second floor, many meters from the ground. The man, as the maid quickly realized, had already pulled similar tricks many times, but she still managed to drag him inside, and then in the strictest tone said, "From now on, you can only enter and exit through the door." Although Atharta's face, as it often did in his calm state, resembled an indifferent mask, he understood what the mentor had told him, and he grunted, after which he shook her hand, thereby confirming his agreement. So, holding hands, the main characters left the room and began to descend the stairs until they encountered a familiar figure in a long, warm cloak and armor, Sir Adler. Vikingham was very surprised by such a rapid progress in the behavior of the overlord. Before, the blonde always jumped out of the window, risking breaking his bones. But now he calmly goes down the stairs, like all ordinary people. And this made him incredibly happy. His face turned noticeably pink, and his usually cold and tenacious gaze warmed and became a little cloudy, as if the brave warrior had managed to have a good drink. Literally sparkling with delight and joy for the young prince, Adler began to ask Leon if he had slept well, if his companion had bothered him. But instead of answering, the prince only contemptuously jerked his head away. To say that this attitude offended the poor knight would be a huge understatement. It was as if a bucket of slop had been poured over him, and for a few seconds, Vikingham was even speechless before turning to Giuseppe. He was interested in the state of her stomach, because the mushrooms that were served for yesterday's dinner turned out to be spoiled, and every person who tried them subsequently suffered from stomach problems for a long time. Realizing that Leon had heroically saved her stomach and anus from a very long and painful sitting on a chamber pot, the protagonist was filled with incredible gratitude. It was a true feat, although not comparable to killing a dragon. After that, they went outside, where Trixie decided to teach Atharta a kind of literacy lesson. They knelt down, and the man watched attentively as the girl wrote the letters of her name with a stick. Of course, the young man didn't manage to pronounce it correctly right away, despite its brevity. Out of habit, his tongue completely distorted it, turning it into the more manly Trix, and the training as a whole progressed slowly, as if the blonde was absorbing new knowledge through force, so that the maid even began to suspect that he didn't care about his studies. Atarte was only interested in Beatrice herself. But then Gurdon interrupted them. He was dragging a large sack with him, smeared with something that looked suspiciously like blood. And the butler, beaming with pride, announced that he had specially procured from the slaughterhouse the entire skeleton of a freshly killed cow to please the prince. The girl felt goosebumps when she looked at how this plump and sweet man, who looked like a kind grandfather, smiled, dragging a bloody corpse behind him, even if it was an animal's, not a human's. And then Leon started growling at him. The protagonist gently stroked the young man's hand and asked him to stop reacting so sharply, at least to Gurdon. This man constantly communicates with the prince, so it would be rude to treat him like a stranger. In response, Atharta only began to tremble with his whole body, like a volcano ready to explode at any moment and flood everything in the area with deadly magma, to which the maid sternly clicked her tongue. His Highness again began to behave like a naughty bad boy. Leon stopped freaking out, but looked away, showing with his whole appearance that he absolutely disagreed with his maid, and the latter came up with a new thought, that she might have spoiled this big guy too much. This situation was also very familiar to her. She regularly watched and read materials that discussed the issue of correcting the behavior of overly spoiled pets. Beatrice had made the mistake of allowing pity for Atharta's overly harsh past to blind her completely, and now she realized it, and that meant a new approach was needed in her future training. After that, the maid took the guy by the hand again and ordered him to sit down. And now, in her words and actions, there was not even a hint of softness and affection, only cold power, which even made the blonde shudder with fear. A few seconds of tense silence, and the disobedient prince really did begin to fall to his knees, without taking his eyes off his new mistress. It was impossible to read any emotions on the man's stone face, but the main character was still incredibly proud of herself. She had once again found the best solution, demonstrated to everyone what a smart girl and a natural trainer she was. The protagonist was so filled with optimism that she decided to demonstrate her softness again, affectionately ruffling the blonde's hair and calling him a good boy. And Gurdon, who had been hiding behind a tree the whole time, approved admiringly. Taking a few steps back so that she could look the boy straight in the eye, the traveler ordered him to never growl or hiss at familiar people, like the butler, again, because then they would think that he was an evil and bad boy. Having decided that she had enough lessons for today, the main character decided that she could now take the prince to his room, but with a warning that this time Leone would be sleeping alone. And this news seemed to chill the poor guy. Giuseppe reminded him that he was no longer a puppy, but a big boy, so he should be able to spend time and relax alone with himself. But the young man did not like this at all, and he again began to make puppy eyes in an attempt to melt the cold heart of his mistress. The attempt was not without results, and Trixie felt her chest flood with regret and tenderness. But she used common sense to order herself not to fall for it. After all, she had a lot of experience in terms of raising the same Doc son. Then she extended her hand to the prince with an offer to go home. But he only stared at her with an empty look, devoid of even a hint of any thought work. And Beatrice became wary, not knowing what her ward's next action would be. However, Atharta did not try to do anything. He only continued to sit in place and drill the protagonist with his fish-like gaze. So the woman, now openly irritated, said, "Okay, if that's what you want, then sit here, and I'll go away." To prove the seriousness of her intentions, the maid turned sharply and walked away with feigned indifference, but quickly stopped, unable to bear that piercing gaze on her back any longer. Gathering all her will into a fist, the maid once again, as clearly and accessibly as possible, explained that she was leaving, and no actions would influence her decision. And Leone gave in this time, deciding to obediently follow his mentor on all fours. Already in the mansion, Trixie opened the doors to the prince's room so that Atharta could go inside, and warned that they would see each other tomorrow morning, and it would be better for the young man to demonstrate the lessons he had learned by walking down the stairs on two legs, like a normal person. The man obediently entered the room, and the newcomer slowly closed the door, and again beamed with pride in herself, because she had managed to teach her ward the necessary strict lesson in discipline. As she walked down the stairs, quietly humming a song, the protagonist was glad that everything had gone much better than she had ever hoped for. In the end, Leone hadn't bitten anyone, hadn't beaten anyone, and hadn't even tried to growl, apart from a couple of incidents. And then Adler Vikingham appeared behind her. The knight, despite wearing his usual bulky armor, managed to sneak up on the woman absolutely silently, and from his quiet Trixie, the main character almost fell down. With great difficulty calming her panicked heart, the maid admitted that she was going to the servants' dormitory. The head of the bodyguards was even surprised that this time she would not be sleeping next to the young master. The former earthling kindly explained that she was no longer going to spoil her charge. He needed to learn a lesson about strictness, independence, and self-discipline, so Beatrice would no longer constantly circle around him, even if Leone tried to stalk her. This phrase simply triggered Adler, although not in the sense that could have been expected. He was not angry that the heroine showed disrespect to the prince, but pounced on her with questions, trying to find out, what is so special about this maid that Vikingham himself or the same Gurdon does not have? After all, they had served the imperial family faithfully and truly for many years, cared for Atharta, and were ready to protect him at the cost of their lives. But he still attacks them and hates them. So the knight demanded that the traveler reveal his secret. He would also really like the young man to get closer to him, and the protagonist was stunned by such revelations. And a second later, the blonde himself jumped down the stairs, and his whole appearance screamed that he was ready to finish off Adler with his own hands. After recovering from the shock, Vikingham muttered, "Master Leone?" But the prince did not answer. He fixed his bodyguard with a very angry look and growled like a mad wolf. It would have easily come to a fistfight, with the need to put shackles and collars on the crazy guy again. But Trixie quickly stood between the men, and in a stern voice ordered Atharta to immediately stop his piggish behavior. Just as the prince became angry at the sight of any other person, he became just as submissive as soon as the teacher raised her voice. And Giuseppe repeated once again that this was not right. Only bad dogs. Oh, that is. People growl at others for no reason. The blond man became completely dejected from such reproaches. He lowered his head and looked down with a sad expression, sadly repeated the name Trixie, and in general looked very much like a dog sad because of his owner's slaps. Then they looked into each other's eyes. The protagonist looked indignant and angry, and tried to convey this with every feature of her appearance, while Leone in the same way silently communicated, I was bad and I'm ashamed. Forgive me, please. And this time, it was he who emerged victorious in this impromptu staring contest. The main character gave in and allowed the restless young man to follow her, without even scolding him for crawling on all fours again. Vikingham remained standing in the middle of the stairs, depressed that after all these years of service and sacrifice, his master contemptuously called him only the damned knight, while Beatrice tried to drive her ward back into the room. Having made sure that this time the mad prince would definitely not be able to escape and would not put her in an awkward situation, the traveler returned to Adler and tried to apologize for this ugly incident, but the man humbly admitted that it was all his fault. And so he was going to stay in the main building to keep an eye on the young master. And at these words, Trixie recoiled, as if she had been suddenly pushed by some invisible being. The brunette explained that if a Tarta were to have a nightmare during the night and wake up in a frantic state, there would be chaos. And that was apparently why he was going to stay around as a guard. The girl tried to convince Vikingham to let her stay overnight so that she could peacefully convince Leon not to be rowdy. But this time, the brunette was adamant. With such a development of events, the prince would only become even more dependent on the maid. The last argument turned out to be almost unbeatable. Giuseppe was unable to come up with a worthy answer, so she only sadly said, "I understand you," and for some time looked at the back of the departing knight. For the first time, the former Korean woman seriously thought about the fact that she was essentially between a rock and a hard place. She couldn't and didn't want to sleep next to a crazy guy every night. But what if one day the blonde guy's mind would click again, and he would try to kill everyone he saw? The maid decided to trust Vikingham and fate, and went to rest. But after a few hours, she realized that she was not able to sleep, and returned to the huge, palace-like estate. And it was closed. Because of Atarta and Adler, Trixie had been delayed too much, and now she was trying to figure out the best way to get inside. Not through the window, surely. On the other hand, the window was never completely closed, and after knocking on it a little, the maid smiled with satisfaction. She could calmly climb inside and go to bed. But then a heavy hand fell on her shoulder, and an even heavier and icier voice said, "Who's there?" It turned out to be the same Vikingham, of course. He mistook the protagonist for a spy. But as soon as he realized his mistake, he asked in a calmer tone what the maid was doing here at such a late hour. Still recovering from the sudden fright, the heroine honestly admitted that she simply couldn't fall asleep, so she decided to return to the main building. But the brunette couldn't understand why she needed to climb through the window. The traveler felt even more awkward, like a child suddenly caught stealing sweets from the refrigerator. But then a loud groan was heard throughout the area, and everyone immediately understood who it belonged to. The sounds came from the prince's room, as if he had suddenly become very ill. And the knight and his maid ran as fast as they could, and in a matter of moments they had leapt over huge halls and flights of stairs. And Atarta really did look bad. And that was putting it mildly. In fact, the guy was covered in sweat, straining his fingers and grinding his teeth like a drug addict going through withdrawal from the lack of dope. The shock of this sight was such that both characters froze like statues for a few seconds. Not only Trixie, but even Vikingham, who was used to fighting to the death, catching and neutralizing hired killers and dealing with spies. A few seconds later, the protagonist tried to approach the suffering young man, but she still had not fully recovered from the horror, so her limbs were stiff and her fingers were trembling as if in a fit. Adler, having regained control of himself, shouted to Beatrice to be careful, but it was too late. Leon, sensing the stranger's approach, had already taken a hunting stance and was literally glowing with the desire to kill. Without making a sound, like an experienced predator, the blonde jumped on the main character, opening his arms to grab her. And while the girl stood there, half dead from fear, Vikingham rushed forward to intercept the psychopath. The brunette grabbed the woman by the shoulders and pushed her aside, becoming a real living shield for her. And if the blonde had not been his prince, the warrior would not have disdained to use a blade. Atarta, gnashing his teeth in anger, grabbed the warrior's hand with his fingers and tried to throw him away. But Adler stood motionless, like a monolithic statue, and did not even raise his voice when he asked if the overlord had had a terrible dream. Naturally, Leon didn't answer. He continued furiously, trying to remove this annoying living obstacle from the road. And then the bodyguard asked if Trixie could calm the madman down. On the protagonist's face, gray with horror, in huge letters, it was written, "I would give my left arm to disappear from here." But this wish, alas, was impossible to fulfill, and her conscience would then eat her up, so the heroine had to take a risk. However, it was only easy to say, "Calm the young master," previously very obedient, ready to almost wag his tail in front of the maid. Now the prince even looked at her as if she were a hated enemy. A second later, he jumps on Vikingham again in a desperate attempt to rip his face off, but the brunette manages to intercept the blonde, and he asks the woman to immediately bring tranquilizers before things get too bad. The prince gnashed his teeth and pressed with all his might, trying to knock his enemy to the ground. But the warrior still held on and did not give up trying to reach the overlord's mind, to convince him that it was just a harmless nightmare. But to no avail. He might as well have been trying to negotiate with an erupting volcano or a roaring hurricane, while Trixie, meanwhile, indulged in melancholy and despondency due to the realization of how terribly wrong she had been. She, a naive and self-satisfied fool, seriously decided that a few days would be enough to turn a born madman with fits of animal rage into a gentle and reasonable creature. And now, life has clearly demonstrated how wrong she was. Vikingham was a first-class warrior who had trained all his life to fight and kill, and he wore armor, but had no weapons and was afraid to harm the owner, while Atarta attacked with all his might, sparing neither him nor himself. The first blood had already splashed onto the carpet, and the knight realized that the situation had become really bad. In a last desperate attempt to calm the prince, he grabbed him by the shoulders. But a moment later, it became clear that this was a cunning maneuver. Taking advantage of the protagonist's momentary shock, Adler, like an experienced wrestler, threw him to the floor and fell on top, not allowing him to resume the attack. The warrior called Trixie again to finally bring the medicine, and the girl clenched her fist tightly with her healthy hand. She needed to stop moping at the wrong moment, because people were counting on her help. And they didn't just hope. Both Vikingham and Atarta could suffer seriously because of her mistakes or inaction. And the protagonist realized this with icy sobriety. She was no longer going to play the good mistress who could calm even the most vicious dog with gentle strokes. And she was not going to argue about the ethics of using drugs. On the contrary, she asked where they were kept. Fortunately, it turned out that the potions were not hidden in the basement, the attic, or at the other end of the estate. The provident servants hid them in a nightstand in the prince's room, so that the sleeping pills would always be on hand in case of an emergency. In a matter of moments, the main character rushed to the nightstand, opened the section filled with ready-made tranquilizer syringes, and ran up to the fighting men. Now they needed to somehow administer the injection. When Adler asked Trixie if she could do it, the girl calmly replied, "I'll have to try." And then, with just her teeth, she pulled the cap off the syringe, revealing the needle. Leon Atarta let out the most monstrous and blood-curdling roar when he saw a sharp object near him. The sound promised a painful and bloody end to anyone who did not immediately run away. Adler pressed his full weight onto the blonde, using all the strength he had to keep his opponent motionless on the ground and allow the maid to safely administer the potion. It was very difficult, because the prince was incredibly strong, and his madness made him even more powerful. But Vikingham still managed to overpower him, and Giuseppe, with a cold-blooded look, brought the needle to the psychopath's forearm. All the gods, no matter how many there are, see. She really didn't want to do this, but Atarta left those around him no other choice. But before the syringe touched his body, the man looked straight into the maid's eyes and croaked, "Trix." He tried to pronounce this name one more time, but in a very weak and quiet voice. The medicine acted very quickly, turning the almost unstoppable berserker into a feeble weakling. Trying to somehow cheer up her pupil after what had happened, the main character said softly and quietly, "Rest, Leon. Tomorrow we will play all day." Vikingham sighed wearily, slowly released the now completely silent prince, and kindly invited the protagonist to return to the dorm and sleep, because the day, whatever one may say, had turned out to be extremely lousy. The girl did not answer, because she was sobbing bitterly, albeit quietly. Tears flowed from her eyes like a real waterfall, and it was hard to imagine how much effort it took her not to throw the usual ugly hysteria. It was reminiscent of one of Duke San's many misadventures. When Lim Bobe first adopted the dog from the shelter, it barked and growled at almost every person it came across. The reason was psychological trauma, which can happen not only to people, but also to animals. The poor creature was too used to being constantly passed from hand to hand, so unknown people were perceived as enemies and kidnappers. Fortunately, the future traveler found out about this almost at the very beginning, so she was able to quickly choose a suitable method of relationship with Doc San and turn her from a gloomy, embittered beast into a cheerful dog. The same should have happened with Leon. The protagonist, even after everything she had seen and experienced, would never have believed that the prince would turn into a hysterical killing machine just because. True, this opened a very terrible question, in its own way. What kind of nightmare must have happened in the prince's life to disfigure his psyche to such an extent? Eventually, the woman turned to Vikingham and asked for answers. She could not continue to raise a Tarta without knowing the exact causes of his fears and complexes. At the same time, she recalled all those times when the blonde said the word monster or beast. Every time the protagonist did this, there was absolutely sincere horror in his eyes, which no actor could have faked. Unfortunately, Adler either did not want to or could not answer these questions. Looking away with noticeable regret, the man quietly told the maid that, "I'm afraid that's impossible." The time traveler retorted that the servants should tell her the truth. Ultimately, none of them would be able to help Leona if his injury worsened due to improper attempts at processing and treatment. Wearily rubbing his desperately itchy head, the man admitted that he simply knew nothing about the psychological problems of the future sovereign, although he still did not look at the protagonist. Then the woman, feeling despair creeping in, replied that she would be content with even assumptions, no matter how wild they were. It would still be better than a complete lack of ideas. The great knight took a very deep and heavy breath, gathering his courage before looking straight at the protagonist and saying in a creepy voice, "Trixie, this information could put your life in mortal danger." Vikingham was not being disingenuous, and certainly was not trying to joke. He really did not want the traveler to end up in the sights of the imperial executioners, and she herself really did not want to become a living target. But after a few seconds, she pulled herself together, and in a firm voice, devoid of even a hint of hesitation, said that she was ready to take any risk, if only it could help a tart get a chance at a normal life. Adler stared at her for a few seconds before whispering, "It's all for Master Leon." And then he suddenly shouted the phrase at the top of his lungs and looked at the maid with real, seething rage rather than his usual cold irritation. He threw out that he had already told the protagonist many times that he would do anything to protect his lord. And then the knight carefully lifted the unconscious prince into his arms, looking at him with tenderness and longing. Vikingham slowly walked away, holding the young man to his chest like a baby, and didn't even turn around to say to the main character, looking her in the eyes, "Go back to the dorm. Nothing good will come of this venture, either for you or for Leon." The woman had no idea what to say to that, but she wasn't about to give in, no matter what Adler said. And a little later, Trixie was straining her memory, trying to remember everything about Layla and Emmett, the original main characters, and not only them. In fact, Giuseppe very diligently wrote down in a special notebook all the important characters of the original source, including the main antagonist, the Grand Duke Evans, who was claiming the throne. In order to understand how best to cure a Tartu of his complexes and traumas, it was necessary to find out when and under what circumstances they appeared in him. And at first, the time traveler thought that she could easily do this by simply talking to her ward. But, unfortunately, this simple and elegant plan had to be abandoned. While the young man was in a state of bloodthirsty berserker, or sleeping under the influence of a sleeping pill, even his own mother would not be able to establish contact with him. The main character also had the idea of trying to talk to the protagonist in his language, but she abandoned it very quickly, because it meant literally falling to her knees, growling and yapping like a Tarta himself. On the other hand, at least Leon himself, slowly but surely learned words from the human language and remembered their meaning, which means that the first option is technically still alive. We just have to wait until the prince's vocabulary is extensive enough. But for now, there was still a long time to wait until that moment, not to mention the risks of new deadly hysterics from the blonde. So now Trixie was trying to force her head to work at full capacity to come up with a suitable option. She sat there for a while, chewing her pen in thought, until suddenly a new name emerged from the depths of her memory. A very familiar and important one, sounding something like Luther. Or, no, wait, Luton would be more correct. Her imagination immediately drew the silhouette of this man, a magnificent, handsome man with long hair, who was not spoiled in any way by the presence of glasses or a textbook under his arm. Rather, they added charm. This man, in the opinion of the protagonist, would have become a first-class mentor for Leone. And he, too, was an aristocrat, albeit of the lowest rank, almost a commoner. Luton was born the son of a baron, with a tiny estate on the outskirts of the empire, but could not inherit his father's title, which would have given him a chance to live in the capital, so he decided to devote himself entirely to studying and teaching in orphanages. And in this industry, the nameless, uninteresting baronet unexpectedly turned out to be a brilliant talent. Even the most problematic, embittered, and intractable children, under his guidance, gradually joined society and learned various knowledge. Unfortunately, this did not change the fact that Luton was only the fourth son of a poor and insignificant aristocrat, so the big world knew practically nothing about him, despite his brilliant successes and intelligence. For 10 years, the young teacher desperately tried to make a name for himself among the big shots, but all was in vain. Until one day, as if by a miracle, Layla, the original main character of the McGrath marriage contract, appeared to him. To be honest, the man didn't even really listen to what exactly the girl was offering him. He was so desperate in his attempts to finally become a famous and respected person that he would have made a pact with a demon without thinking twice. Luckily for him, this adventure eventually paid off handsomely. Yes, Luton had to stop teaching, but he became the director of the largest academy in the Athardian Empire, and those around him began to respectfully call him the father of education. Unfortunately, Beatrice Giuseppe could not remember his last name, no matter how hard she strained her brain. But on the other hand, at least the name was known, and tomorrow she could ask Vikingham about it. And in a completely different place, the following was happening. A mysterious man was sitting at a luxurious table and asking if the information received was true, to which the envoy in a noble military uniform readily answered that yes, they had found a subject matching the description in an estate at the foot of the mountain. They were talking about Prince Leon. The messenger readily reported that they had found the heir to the throne when he was walking at night with the main character, although she was mistaken for a brunette. They were members of one of the many factions that wanted to get rid of the mad heir to the throne, and they were going to send an assassin after Atharda as soon as they could figure out where exactly he was hidden. Moreover, this underground organization was headed by none other than Duke Evans himself, the first claimant to the throne after the death of the legitimate heir and the most powerful, most tireless opponent of Leone's supporters. The next morning looked truly beautiful. The sun was shining brightly in the sky, shimmering in rays among the green leaves and water. But poor Trixie was not at all in the mood to admire the scenery. For her, that moment, familiar to many people, had arrived when it was necessary to enter someone else's office on important business, and her heart was beating terribly in her chest from excitement, but she overcame herself and knocked on the door. The protagonist knocked on Adler Vikingham's office door. She couldn't get the conversation from yesterday out of her head, in which the knight demonstrated an uncharacteristic irascibility, and she wanted to try again to talk about the prince's history. She understood perfectly well that she was risking significantly spoiling the relationship that had just been established with the head of the servants, but she was ready to do this, all for the sake of finding out what kind of help Leona needed. And the beginning, unfortunately, left much to be desired. The warrior allowed the main character to enter, but in a very cold tone warned her to speak faster if she had something worth communicating. The maid was taken aback by this and mumbled, "Excuse me?" And then Vikingham, filling out another document, asked what Trixie wanted to talk about, politely, but still coldly. Desperately overcoming her tongue, which was slurring from monstrous awkwardness, the girl finally blurted out in one breath that, in her opinion, Atarta needed a mentor. Saying this was a real feat for her, which made her heart beat faster and her breathing become heavier. But Adler only raised an eyebrow skeptically and demanded an explanation as to why the protagonist suddenly had such an idea. Still feeling her eyes twitching nervously and her fingers clenching and unclenching on their own, the girl explained that an experienced and wise mentor would be able, for example, to teach their highness how to speak and observe etiquette. Vikingham could actually even agree with Giuseppe that Leone needed a real education. But how could he work with him if the young man could at any moment turn back into a bloodthirsty beast? And then Beatrice immediately realized that she would not be able to convince the warrior with logical arguments, so she plaintively asked him to name any demand. She would fulfill it, if only Atarta would finally go to school. And the brunette seriously considered this proposal before naming his condition. He wanted the prince to finally start addressing him by name, demonstrating at least basic respect. But it was unlikely that the heroine would be able to achieve this. Trixie herself, however, did not think that she was in trouble. On the contrary, she decided that she got off very easily, having received such a trivial demand in exchange for an invaluable service. The knight added that he would give the protagonist 1,000 gold coins as a reward if she could make the blonde man address him normally. But Vikingham was so heartbroken after everything that had happened that he no longer believed that this dream could come true. The main character shuddered, feeling with her skin this wave of negativity emanating from her interlocutor, but quickly brushed it off and decided to talk about possible teacher candidates. And she impromptu made up a rather awkward story that when she was a child, she was taught by a certain man who, in turn, was acquainted with another very talented teacher from a certain orphanage. Adler didn't even let her finish. Such a terrible, albeit restrained rage had taken hold of him. To offer to raise the crown prince of a great empire to some pathetic worm from the backwoods was in his eyes comparable to the offer to put a jester's cap on Leon and send him to dance naked in the streets of the city. Having cooled down a bit, he began to lecture on the topic of how Mr. Atarta deserved only the best, most expensive and elite mentors, and the protagonist mentally sighed. Even this, in all other respects adequate person, was mired in ossified class thinking. However, she was not going to give up so quickly. Beatrice quickly added that the person in question had taught speech many times to children who were considered real little animals, incapable of normal conversations. This argument worked. If this mysterious genius managed to develop a unique teaching method that turns even completely hopeless hooligans into normal people, then Adler was ready to forget about principles for the sake of Leone. Then the brunette asked what this man's name was, and the unpleasant truth was revealed. The traveler still couldn't remember Luton's full first and last name, and so she was going to spend a long time checking the list of nobles, to Vikingham's tired sigh. Fortunately, he did not argue or be sarcastic anymore. The warrior showed a tome containing a list of all the aristocratic families, although it was published 5 years ago and may no longer be fully up to date in some parts. The main character accepted the gift with gratitude, but then suddenly, as if by chance, asked if she could stay in the office and read quietly here. Adler, who had already sat down again to work on the documents, only waved his hand impatiently, as if to say, "Yes, you can read wherever you want and do whatever you want. Just don't bother me while I'm working anymore." And the search, to the main character's credit, took very little time. Only a few minutes passed before she found the page with the name of the family she needed. And the man she needed was named Benjamin Luton. He was a resident of the village of Sale. So now all that was left was to send people to make a tempting offer to the master mentor. Encouraged by the fact that there were only a few little things left to do to complete an important quest, the protagonist decided to tidy up the mansion a little and opened the curtains, happily feeling the sunlight on her face. Looking straight into the carefree blue skies, the girl wondered what time of year Leone liked the most. Sunny, warm summer, or beautiful, snow-white winter. Such thoughts were another legacy from her past life. Lim Bob Bay also loved to ask Doksun what she preferred in terms of toys and other things. The dog, it had to be admitted, was a much better conversationalist than many people. Without being able to speak, she easily responded to her owner's requests and answered them in different ways. This created a very strong, loving, and harmonious relationship in which both the owner and the animal were absolutely happy. Those were real golden days for the protagonist. The more the former Korean woman reminisced, the more depressed she became over the separation from her beloved dog. But in the end, she tried to drive away the tears by convincing herself that Duke Sun was okay. After this, it turned out that the main character had been in the prince's bedroom all this time. Leone himself was sitting in his cage, but without shackles, and no longer looked aggressive. After thinking for a bit, the newcomer carefully opened the cage door and climbed inside, sitting down next to Atarta with an embarrassed and even slightly guilty look. For a while, the blonde stared at her with his signature empty gaze, and then a miracle happened. The mask of indifference was replaced by an expression of sadness and guilt, and then the prince very clearly asked, "Trixie, are you okay?" A few days ago, the maid would have been very happy that her pupil was making such rapid progress in expressing his thoughts. But now she was not in the mood, so Giuseppe decided to reduce everything to an unconvincing joke. The protagonist then slowly extended his hand to the main character, affectionately patted her on the head, and, with a smile, switched to his usual broken speech, declaring that Trixie likes it. Another girl would have been overjoyed that the prince himself had deigned to pet her, and would have already made Napoleonic plans on how to seduce him. But Beatrice felt more discomfort, and hastened to clarify how Atarta himself was feeling. The man confirmed that he had slept well, and continued to smile a blissful childish grin, and all further attempts to somehow start and develop a conversation became more and more awkward. And how could it be otherwise if Leon had a perfectly sculpted body, despite the fact that he spent his entire life in captivity and wore only dirty pants? Even Trixie could not restrain her lust for long in his presence. With great difficulty distracting herself with other thoughts, the girl tried to ask the prince for a certain favor. He himself would hardly have liked it, but for the maid it was important. Remembering her agreement with Adler Vikingham, the newcomer decided to try to convince the blonde to call the head of the servants and defense of the estate by his real name, without name-calling. And Leon, as expected, turned out to not give a damn about this man, despite the fact that he made enormous efforts and did not spare his own life to protect the skin of the young sovereign. Atarta's entire appearance screamed that he would rather swallow his tongue than show respect to the brunette. Seeing such childish stubbornness, the maid mentally began to cry, outwardly maintaining an unnatural doll-like smile. A seemingly simple task promised to become truly difficult. After some further thought, the protagonist decided to try an alternative approach, but to do so she needed Adler's direct participation, although the knight was not sure that this was a good idea. The brunette also very much doubted the story Giuseppe had made up about the blonde suddenly wanting to see him. After all, Leon only wanted to spend time with the maid, and he had previously pointedly ignored his bodyguard, and that was in the best-case scenario. Thinking about all this out loud, the man gradually began to ramble and express his innermost thoughts, until it suddenly dawned on him that Trixie might misunderstand them. Vikingham hastened to apologize, but the girl only laughed unconvincingly. Putting on an even more fake smile, the protagonist asked the warrior not to worry about the future. She had already asked the pupil to behave decently. It sounded completely harmless, and other people in a different situation would not have paid much attention to this phrase at all. But Adler suddenly grabbed his head and screamed, as if he had heard something like, "The young master is gnawing on a sharp dagger and washing it down with cyanide." No, fortunately, this phrase did not activate any hidden triggers, after which Atarta began to destroy the estate. The knight simply experienced another strong attack of green envy, unable to understand how the time traveler managed to convince the prince to obey her with words alone. With every word in question, he said "What's your secret?" or "Did master really miss me?" The protagonist felt more and more awkward, until she turned around and asked the interlocutor to just follow her so he could see everything for himself. They hurried out into the street, and there, on the border with the mountain forest, Gurdon was already waiting for them. The unfortunate old man wore a protective cloak, hid behind a tree, and shook as if he had just escaped from hordes of bloodthirsty wolves. In fact, it was even quite close to the truth. Leon was squatting 10 meters in front of the butler, baring his teeth at his faithful servant, until the main character attracted his attention. He glanced briefly at the stuttering and sweating Vikingham, then turned away with a stony face and empty eyes, as if he had seen nothing in front of him. But even this was enough for Adler to make his heart beat wildly and his eyes fill with tears. After all, the prince did not attack him at the first opportunity. That was already colossal progress. Then the man cleared his throat delicately and asked the protagonist if he looked okay. The knight hadn't met the young gentleman so calmly for a long time, and he didn't want to ruin the precious moment. Watching how the stern and professional warrior behaved like some kind of fangirl, the newcomer felt the wildest Spanish shame, but still did not upset her interlocutor. She quickly showed Vikingham his class and warned that she would now approach Atharta. When she did this, Adler tried to approach, but very slowly and carefully. However, the young man still measured him with a murderous look and growled gutturally like an irritated dog. Luckily, Giuseppe remained alert. Turning his face towards her, she very affectionately patted the boy on the head and reminded him that he was a good boy and shouldn't do that. At first, it seemed like it would work, because the blonde almost said the brunette's name. But then he got furious again and bitterly threw "damn knight" at him. The woman was immediately overcome with such melancholy that she sat down right on the grass and put her head on her knees. She had again rushed too much and ruined everything. Leon, having calmed down, began to look at the teacher with interest, but she didn't even blink. She was so deeply mired in her Samoyedic thoughts about her own mediocrity and stupidity. And the prince, incredibly, felt sincerely ashamed of his behavior. He frowned again, quickly thought about something, and then, with trembling lips, uttered a gaudy, but quite recognizable, "Adler." The protagonist at first thought that she had misheard. It sounded so incredible. But Atharta, at her request, repeated what he had said, louder and clearer, and the maid felt the ground slipping out from under her feet. It was just one simple phrase, but the main character was filled with such euphoria and pride for her protégé, as if the prince had run a marathon on 2 legs, defended his dissertation on nuclear physics, and discovered dozens of new types of environmentally friendly fuel. Meanwhile, Vikingham continued to react sharply to every word his overlord said. He was so used to Leon behaving like a beast-like degenerate that he could not get used to the changes. Encouraged by her first success, the woman again pointed to the knight, who was trying to portray a very welcoming and friendly face, and in a cooing tone asked the blonde who he was. He responded with another irritated "damn knight," and the protagonist, feeling cold beads of sweat running down her back, threatened him with her finger, like, oh, that's not how we trained, remember, boy?" But in response, Atharta only fixed her with an angry look that literally screamed, "Do with me what you want, scold and punish me as you wish, but I would rather bite off my tongue than pronounce this filthy name." The traveler died a little inside from horror at Vikingham's reaction to such a monstrous disappointment, but, as it turned out, in vain. The knight was in 7th heaven from the very fact that the young gentleman was able to speak normally. The maid felt relieved and decided to quickly consolidate her success by demonstrating to her employer how many new things the young man now knew and could do. The first thing she decided to do was try a classic trick. Ask Leon to answer out loud, clearly and loudly enough, his own name, like a mistress would when communicating with a parrot. Suppressing an impulse of internal protest, the golden-haired savage prince obediently fulfilled his mentor's request. And from this, Adler literally fell to his knees, remembering all possible gods and saints. This spectacle affected the great knight in the same way as it did the humble butler Gurdon. He fell to his knees in front of the newcomer, unable to fully believe in the miracle she had performed. He wasn't fooling around, wasn't playing some kind of drawn-out and unfunny game, but was reacting completely sincerely. Large clusters of tears even flowed from the tears of a brave, battle-hardened warrior. Losing her coherent speech from fate, the protagonist tried to explain that Leon simply turned out to be a capable student, but Vikingham reasonably noted that this student had previously tried to gouge out the eyes of those around him. But now he is able to speak clearly and calmly, without throwing murderous tantrums. And in order for this to continue forever, Adler was ready to endure the Devil Knight and other similar nicknames for the rest of his life. The brunette even bowed to the blonde in his emotions, shouting that he was his knight, his most loyal servant and protector, and therefore would do everything to one day become an amazing knight, even if His Highness would only give him a chance for this. Atarta said nothing, looking at everyone around him with his famous, meaningless gaze, and Giuseppe looked at him in response, hinting that he shouldn't try to break Vikingham's heart. But then she noticed that Leon's gaze had changed. He looked at Adler without any love or even banal cordiality, but the usual hatred had disappeared completely. This was indeed as much progress as they could have hoped for. And the warrior, meanwhile, rose to his feet and promised to seek out Benjamin Luton at once and summon him to court. The next panel showed readers Trixie and Gunder being berated by a middle-aged woman. It was the estate's head housekeeper, Jen, and she was outraged that Vikingham was leaving them. The main character tried to explain, but then Adler himself quietly approached them, and he changed dramatically. His previously disheveled, shaggy hair was now neatly and shortly cut. The butler was taken aback by the sight, and Trixie was delighted. This more calm and civilized style actually suited Vikingham very well. The knight was flattered and embarrassed in equal measure, while the housekeeper, still standing next to the main characters, remained in deep shock. The head of the servants had never done his hair before, and without any complexes, he walked around disheveled like a barbarian. And this really scared Jen, so much so that she pointed an accusing finger at the main character and screamed like, "It's because of her that you've changed so much, sir, right?" The protagonist slowly opened her mouth, silently wondering what she had to do with it all. The locals' penchant for melodrama never ceased to amaze the former Korean Lim Bobe. Luckily for her, Adler was not going to follow his subordinate's lead and blame the maid for anything. On the contrary, he began to calmly explain to his assistant that Beatrice Giuseppe had actually done them all a huge favor. And the best proof of this was, of course, His Highness, Prince Leon. Right now, he was calmly squatting between Trixie and Gunder, and not even trying to break someone's arm or bite off an ear, as before. And that was just the beginning. Very soon, Atarta would begin to talk and behave like a normal person, and the realization of this clearly instilled a blissful calm in Vikingham's soul, since he allowed himself a relaxed smile. He didn't say it out loud, but the apotheosis of his dream was to see the blonde sit on the throne, becoming a full-fledged emperor, and not just a brainless doll that could be manipulated from the shadows by various slippery freaks. Finally, Adler added that since he was a knight, reporting directly to His Highness, it was not only the prince who was obliged to work on himself. The brunette would also make every effort to become better. The haircut was only the first step towards this goal, and the housekeeper, unable to object, humbly admitted that the gentleman was within his rights. However, her fingers clenched into a fist with a barely audible crunch. Now that all misunderstandings had been properly cleared up, the great knight could set out on his journey with peace of mind. But still a certain worm of doubt continued to gnaw at his soul. Would Beatrice and Gurdon be enough to look after the estate in his absence? The protagonist mentally rolled her eyes. Vikingham had come up with everything himself and was now panicking. This was some kind of childishness, but of course she didn't say it out loud. Instead, with a kind smile, she reminded the chief that instead of him, 4 warriors would be protecting them, and this foursome turned out to be so creepy that the main character was afraid to even meet their gazes. But she, of course, did not say this out loud either. Gurdon also decided to make his contribution. Bravely slapping himself on the chest, the elderly butler reminded that Trixie was a professor, which meant that as long as she was around, nothing bad could happen in principle. He continued to sing the praises of her legendary skills for some time, and the longer it went on, the more shame the poor girl felt. She just wanted to disappear once and for all. Fortunately, this punishment by flattery was eventually interrupted by Vikingham himself. He quietly said that he would have left many more professional knights here. But, unfortunately, the crowd would have attracted unnecessary attention, so he had to hope for luck. The time traveler understood with her mind why the brunette was so worried. He had dedicated himself entirely to protecting the young master, And even this mansion had been chosen as a refuge because it was located on a mountain in the boondocks. If there were people constantly wandering around here, they would notice. And when they did, the Grand Duke Evans would hear about it, and he would easily put two and two together. And soon after that, a veritable army of hired thugs would pour onto the mountain. This was the main reason why Adler decided to personally go for another candidate for a maid at the very beginning of the story. And also, the fact that Trixie and Jamie's village was located very far from the estate, while Vikingham was the most skilled and fastest rider among his people. Finally, the farewell ended. The black-haired knight mounted his horse, promised to return as soon as possible, and galloped away, accompanied by the waving hands of the main characters and Gurdon. As soon as he disappeared over the horizon, the maid sighed very sadly and admitted that she sympathized with Adler. He was still very young. He should be able to simply enjoy life and not sacrifice it for work. The elderly butler sighed in a similar manner and added that at such an age, it would be better to look for a wife and have children. Otherwise, their master, probably, would not cut his hair if it were not for the urgent need to leave the mansion for the sake of a new worker. And, as it turned out, the old man was not grumbling for nothing. Vikingham actually had a beloved woman in the capital of the empire, but because of problems with Leon, they had not seen each other in person for 5 years. And the main character, hearing this, sighed with even greater sadness. And only a second later did it dawn on her what exactly Gurdon had said. Adler, this cold-blooded and steadfast guard, ready to lay down his life for the safety of the imperial heir, had a woman. Her interlocutor, of course, saw nothing strange in this, and the protagonist herself quickly remembered that even in the original McGrath marriage contract, the beloved of the great knight was mentioned. To be honest, one could feel sorry for this lady. She waited for her man for years, faithfully and patiently, like the legendary Penelope. But he, unfortunately, did not reciprocate her feelings, putting his work above personal relationships. He was ready to sacrifice everything for his duty, for Atarta to remain alive and well. But Gurdon really hoped that if the prince recovered, they would all return home, and then Vikingham would be reunited with his beloved. The main character mentally made a vow to make every effort to make such a future come as soon as possible. Now, not only for Leon, but also for all the other good people serving him. And it is precisely for this that they need Benjamin. In a completely different place, on a rainy night, a certain man entered the tavern. He was wearing a long cloak that covered his entire body and a deep hood that cast an impenetrable shadow on his face. And he wasn't the only one who looked like that. At a table nearby sat a group of exactly the same suspicious types, looking around like wolves at the surroundings. These were, of course, mercenaries. The visitor informed them that Adler had finally left the estate, and they could begin to implement the plan. But one of the thugs did not like the purse of gold. They agreed on a different amount. The client's eyes lit up with an ominous light, and he added that the killers would only receive the full amount if they could capture the beast alive. He could even be beaten half to death, but he had to remain conscious. But this man didn't give a damn about all the other inhabitants of the mansion. The mercenaries could destroy all the servants and guards, and he wouldn't even say a bad word to them. The next day, readers were shown how Trixie was visited by an old woman healer. She removed the splint from the protagonist's arm, saying that the limb recovered faster because the owner allowed her to rest. Waving her now healthy hand, the main character joked with a shy smile that, of course, she couldn't work with it because of how tightly the lady doctor had bandaged it. The doctor then countered that Vikingham could do it with any splints and bandages, but Giuseppe simply said that Adler was a special case. He could be completely unstoppable and furious when it came to his work. In any case, this was the end of the examination. The old woman asked to contact her if the maid had any more pain or even the slightest suspicion about her health, and Beatrice cordially said goodbye to her. And then the girl stretched her whole body with pleasure, feeling how now all her limbs were capable of faithfully serving their mistress. An absolutely amazing feeling after such a long period of limitation. Mentally vowing to be more careful so as not to end up in bandages and a cast again, the time traveler put on a maid's costume and went to work, rejoicing at the arrival of another day. As it turned out, Exactly 10 days had passed since Vikingham left the mansion in search of Benjamin Luton, but during this time, nothing suspicious had happened at home, so the protagonist felt surprisingly peaceful and relaxed. Sure, Leon still chased after Gurdon, like he was trying to eat him alive, but even that could be called some progress compared to the old days when the butler had to defend himself with a whip. With these thoughts, the girl entered her partner's office, but did not have time to say even a few words, because the elderly servant burst into bitter tears, like a child. Fortunately, it became clear almost immediately that he was not injured and that nothing bad had happened at all. On the contrary, the fat man had been very close to the prince for some time without Trixie's presence, and Atarta had not even tried to attack him or drive him away. The prince himself was also alive and well. He was peacefully dozing on the floor, and this felt like a weight had been lifted from the main character's shoulders, because those terrible thugs that Vikingham had left in his place lined up like living statues under the walls. If Leon ever went berserk again, these knights would, without further ado, twist him into 8 arms like a monstrous armored octopus. And the protagonist would really not want to see her boy treated like that. Adler himself understood this, because shortly before his departure, he showed the maid his supply of various medicines and sedatives, giving advice along the way on how best to use them. In particular, he wanted Trixie to constantly give the prince sedatives. They were completely harmless to health, and it was necessary to use them to prevent dangerous incidents in his absence. This made the girl feel sick at heart, but she understood perfectly well in her mind that the great knight was right. Not to mention that thanks to these means, the prince was now sleeping a blissful, peaceful sleep, like a baby. Unable to resist, the protagonist sat down next to Atarta and took his hand with a smile. It was such a blissful picture that she didn't even want it to end. Gurdon, beaming with the blissful smile of an enlightened person, added that it was not only the sedatives that were the problem. There was another factor that had kept Leon from going berserk. And this factor, of course, was Madame Professor, the same fairy tale beauty who allowed the terrible beast to embark on the path to returning to the appearance of the charming prince. Giuseppe, with exaggerated modesty, said that this could not be true, but the butler was merciless in his praise. The same medicines, for example, Atarta would have thrown out the window and bitten the hand of the one who tried to give them. But now the golden-haired prince can behave almost like a human being, without causing harm to himself or others, and all thanks to the appearance of the protagonist in their lives. The good-natured old man could have continued to shower women with compliments on any occasion for a very long time, until she finally interrupted him to inform him that the true hero in this situation was Gurdon himself, who had finally become friends with Leon. In fact, unfortunately, she was being disingenuous, but Beatrice had no other choice, and she absolutely did not want to listen to these enthusiastic comments any longer. And after that, they decided to separate for a while. The maid reminded the butler that he still hadn't eaten anything, and the old man hurried to replenish the calories with lunch, although he promised to return again soon. After he left, a very quiet Trixie was heard. The prince himself had suddenly woken up and was now looking attentively at his beloved teacher. It was another blank stare, often seen in animals, but the protagonist had learned to interpret them differently by now. And so she realized that Atarta was puzzled by her lack of bandages and splint. With a beaming smile, the maid explained that she had recovered, and now she and Leone would be able to run around playing and having fun as much as they wanted, to which the young man responded with a laconic, "Uh-huh." The main character thought in happy euphoria, "I wish it could always be like this," before her face suddenly twisted in horror, as if someone had brutally killed a person before her eyes. A second later, it became clear that this was almost exactly the case. The author had once again used a small time skip, moving the action to the night when the time traveler was traveling around the estate and suddenly came across the corpse of a mercenary already familiar to the readers. A soldier or knight would not have even blinked an eye at the sight of this, but an ordinary woman from Earth was literally paralyzed with disgust and horror, and only her hands trembled, as if under the influence of a strong current. But the most terrible thing, perhaps, was not even this, but the fact that the murder was committed by Leon himself. Right now, he was standing, covered in blood, abrasions and dirt, his eyes burning with anger, and several more corpses were lying around. Giuseppe's face turned gray with horror. She had become so accustomed to the calm and sweet time spent with Atarta and to his sexuality that she had completely forgotten how crazy and dangerous this man was, until life itself poked her with this fact again. The blonde, repeating the nickname Trixie several more times, tried to take a step towards her. But this time, the main character was absolutely not eager to communicate with him, and so crawled back, convulsively working all her limbs. But realizing that she wouldn't get far that way, the woman overcame herself and shouted in a terrible voice, "Stop!" And Beatrice's face was darker than any cloud. And the blonde man really did stop, but it was too late. Although the man looked at the girl without aggression, she was already scared to death from the thought that at any moment she could easily end up being killed next. Never in her life had the traveler been so scared, even when she tried to raise dogs or when she saw the headlights of a truck in front of her. Panic spread like a deathly cold throughout her body, paralyzed her limbs, and penetrated her heart. And in this state, the only thing Trixie could do was look at Leon with huge eyes and beg him not to come closer, not to cause her any harm. At first, the young man really did stand still, but then he tried to take one short step to calm his mentor down. But all he achieved was that the maid jumped to her feet and yelled, "Stay away!" And such a reaction clearly hurt Atartu. His body seemed to suddenly go limp, finally getting rid of any hint of a threat. His eyes filled with melancholy, and in the end, the prince only quietly said, "Monster." Oddly enough, it worked immediately. The main character immediately realized that she had allowed her fear to suppress common sense, and, as a result, hurt the feelings of the poor madman. But it would be fine if the tragedy had been limited to this. In fact, one of the killers was still alive, and he, taking advantage of the distraction, deftly grabbed the dagger and rose to his feet, ready to resume the attack at any moment. And a moment later, it became clear that the assassin had not chosen the prince as his target. He had decided to attack the unwanted witness, and when Trixie felt threatened, the blade was already a few centimeters away from breaking her skull. Luckily, Leon's reaction and movements were even better. It took the guy less than a second to be in front of the protagonist and cover her with his body, like a huge human shield. Thus, the main character once again proved that he is not only inhumanly fast, but also strong. Any ordinary person, having received a huge stab wound above the shoulder blade, would already be lying in agony, but not him. Over the next few seconds, Atarta turned to the stunned killer, snapped his neck, and then turned back to Giuseppe to calm her down. He tried his best to pretend that everything was fine, that there was nothing to be afraid of, but it was clear from his face that the adrenaline rush had passed, and now the blonde's body was increasingly overcome by monstrous pain. A couple more seconds, and the prince lost the ability to speak coherently. Such intense pain had taken hold of him, and that's not to mention the huge amount of blood flowing through the cuts inflicted by his opponents. In another situation, Trixie would have already run away and screamed at the top of her lungs to get help. But she was still in shock, so she only started to calm the guy down, like, "It's okay, I'll call a doctor now." And the prince, in turn, did not allow himself to simply collapse like a mown-down scarecrow and bleed to death in front of the girl. He very carefully hugged her around the neck with his bloody hand and assured her that everything was in perfect order. Naturally, this could not convince anyone. The time traveler, with tears in her eyes, begged to let her go so that a doctor could be called before the main character gave up his soul to God. The blonde looked at the girl with a complex mixture of sadness and fear, and she apologized for being so scared of him in the first place. It was just the aftermath of the initial shock, but now everything was fine. Tears continued to flow from her eyes like a waterfall, but Giuseppe forced herself to smile in the most carefree way possible, and Ataria did the same, overcoming weakness and pain. After this, his legs finally gave out. The young man collapsed exhausted on his knees, allowing his interlocutor to examine his terrible wound in all its details, and then the maid finally called the butler. Gurdon arrived immediately, as if he had been hiding behind the door all this time, waiting for the outcome of the battle, and the protagonist repeated her demand to him. They must find a doctor as soon as possible because the young master was seriously injured. The golden-haired prince remained conscious for some time, stubbornly refusing to fall into oblivion, but even his strength was running out, and when it was exhausted, he could only utter Trixie's name as a last word. And on the other side, the young man was met with far from pleasant memories. He relived his life in its worst manifestations, how he was contemptuously called an animal, and how he was kept in a cage. Liars, hypocrites, envious people, schemers. In Atarta's perception, they all merged into a uniform mass of shadows, a crowd of faceless silhouettes, devoid of human features, with the exception of one suspiciously familiar lady with pink hair. Only the main character did Leone see as something more than just another servant or tormentor. She was the only one who always tried to treat him as a person, and not an obstacle on the road to power. In his subconscious, it was as if Beatrice Giuseppe had opened the cage where the blonde had been driven by those around him, and with a smile, invited him to follow her towards the sun and a normal existence. And he, of course, did not pull his hand out of those soft, gentle palms, for the unfortunate prince it was, without exaggeration, an ascension from hell to heaven. Unfortunately, real life turned out to be much more prosaic. Atarta was lying unconscious, with his back and chest completely bandaged, and Trixie, Gurdon, and the healer, already familiar to readers, were grouped around his bed. She could console the main character with the fact that the worst threat had passed. The prince's life was not in danger, and he would recover safely, but Giuseppe herself, in the opinion of the butler, would certainly not be hurt by rest. The protagonist's mouth dropped open at such suggestions, like a fish pulled out of the water. Where has it ever been seen before to leave a loved one alone when he is experiencing such severe suffering? And then the man began to rave. Large beads of sweat appeared on Atarta's already dirty body. Her skin turned even paler than usual, and he began to quietly repeat the nickname of the newcomer to himself, as if calling for her help. After that, of course, the woman would never have left anywhere, but she couldn't help in any way, and only repeated to her pupil that she was nearby, swallowing her tears. After some time, readers were shown how the prince came to consciousness. He was still unable to say or act, but only with difficulty rose to his knees, while Beatrice sat in the corner with a fishy look. Leon was healing like a dog. A wound that would have easily killed most people simply made him feel unwell for a while, and now he watched with interest as a butterfly flew into the room. He repeated this strange and unfamiliar word to himself with great interest, but did not move, and the beautiful bright insect eventually landed right on his nose. A few minutes and seconds later, the man snorted from the tickling of the insect's paws, involuntarily scaring the butterfly, and the main character laughed good-naturedly at how cute it looked. But laughter is laughter, and such active attempts to catch a new toy could easily lead to the prince's wound opening up again, which caused Beatrice natural anxiety. Therefore, in order not to frighten his beloved anymore, the man decided to ignore the bright insect, although it cost him a truly enormous effort of will, as his gaze spoke eloquently about. To cheer up the dejected young man, the protagonist again gently stroked his golden-haired head and admitted to herself that she had never seen Leon so cute. It was a very striking contrast to how Atarta had behaved just recently when he had killed mercenaries with his bare hands, and this memory sent a chill down the girl's spine, forcing her to remove her hand, to the blonde's silent bewilderment. To the credit of the main character, she did not allow her true emotions to show too brightly on her face. On the contrary, she smiled sunny and asked the guy to wait while she looked for new toys for him. But while she was going after the ball, she couldn't get the thought out of her head. I thought I was helping Leona change for the better, but I was too hasty in drawing conclusions. Because of this, Trixie began to consider herself completely useless to her ward. She would have liked to continue living and working with him, but she thought that she would become nothing more than a burden. And at the same time, another treacherous thought, so pleasant that it was even painful, did not leave Giuseppe's head. If I were the main character of the book, would the prince and I have a happy life? But then, only a stream of continuous self-deprecating thoughts began to flow. Now the protagonist blamed herself for almost all the misfortunes and sins that could be imagined, right up to the point that because of her, Atarta could die. and she had no doubt that if she remained in the estate and continued to be an eyesore to those around her, then some kind of catastrophe would certainly happen to the prince, which could not be prevented in any way. There was 1 year left before the events of the McGrath marriage contract storyline began. The woman had already been living in the mansion for 5 months, and now she was going to leave it before Emmett met Layla at that fateful ball. And although the time traveler could convince herself as much as she wanted that this was being done primarily for the benefit of Leon himself, on a deep level she realized that she was simply very scared, and therefore wanted to abandon everything, even the people to whom she had become attached. She desperately didn't want to find herself in the center of political intrigue, living with constant glancing over her shoulder and sleeping with a knife under her pillow. It was simply too scary for Trixie. A very tense and sad silence reigned. The maid stood frozen like a pillar of salt and quietly shedding tears, while the prince looked up at her with concern, quietly repeating her name. This very awkward and sad scene was interrupted at the most opportune moment. The door opened with a loud bang, and Gurdon joyfully announced that Mr. Vikingham had finally returned from his search. Something had obviously happened to the brunette, too, because he looked as if he had been waving a blade for many days in a row, without a break, and now only at his last breath was he pretending that everything was fine and that he was cheerful and full of strength. This turn of events surprised the main character beyond words. She thought that Adler would return only after 2 days, and the knight, tiredly rubbing his neck, explained that he decided to make more effort to return home faster. As soon as he saw the damn knight, Atarta began to growl and bare his teeth again, but this time the protagonist did not make any comments to her charge. She was much more interested in where Luton was. Fortunately, the young teacher turned out to be alive and well. He was just tired after a long and difficult journey through forests and mountains, so he is now resting in a dormitory for employees. The woman wasn't even surprised by this. Vikingham must have driven the horses with all his might and not allowed anyone to take breaks in order to save 2 whole days for the return journey home. And after that, all the characters fell into awkward silence again, until Adler, with a gloomy look, turned his gaze to the overlord with a bandaged back and chest, and decided to ask one unpleasant question point blank. The protagonist quickly asked for forgiveness, but the head of the servants was not angry with her. In fact, he even noted that they were all very lucky to have survived an attack by as many as 15 mercenaries with such minor losses. However, the story cannot continue in the same spirit any longer. And after this, Vikingham cast a very eloquent glance at Attertu, who was again attentively watching the butterfly's flight. After a sort of solemn pause, the man announced to the main character and the butler that it was now time for them all to return home, to the capital of the glorious empire, at the side of the current sovereign. The news had the same effect on Trixie as being suddenly hit on the head with a huge bag of sand. Her eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and her jaw remained in its usual place. In her opinion, this plan was the worst possible scenario. There, in the Emperor's palace, there were more intriguers and hired killers than worms and larvae in a decomposing body. One could at least recall Evans, the insatiable seeker of the throne, who would not stop trying to destroy Leon as long as one of the two remained alive. In other words, the decision to go to the capital is actually as suicidal as the idea of covering yourself in fresh blood and jumping into a lake with hungry crocodiles. There won't even be any bones left anyway. The girl tried to convey this idea to Vikingham, choosing her words very carefully so as not to break into a shrill scream or incoherent babble at any moment. The man, however, sincerely did not understand what the woman was unhappy about, and then the maid lied as convincingly as possible, as if it was because of the shock that Atarta might experience, suddenly going to a place with a huge number of people. But the knight simply replied that they had too little time left to worry about such trifles. Their next hideout had been exposed, and everything else did not matter. Leon would have an unpleasant adjustment, and he would have both Benjamin and Trixie herself to help him with that. And the knight would now have to return to all the work that had accumulated in his absence. After he left, the time traveler turned to Gurdon with an answer about when they would have to pack their bags, and the old man gave a disappointing forecast. In about a week, they would already be on the road, judging by how impatient the brunette was. Giuseppe's eyes widened at this news. She had clearly hoped that she would have, say, a month or several weeks to prepare all her plans, but only one. And this was practically a death sentence. The protagonist had to find a way to dissuade Vikingham from going home with them at any cost. But what kind of way, pray tell? And then her gaze fell on Leon himself. All this time, the prince, as most of the time, maintained a thoughtful silence, but now he was rubbing and scratching his bandaged shoulder with noticeable discomfort. Just one look, and a thought was born in Trixie's head. The only thing the girl needed was a cartoonish glowing light bulb above her head and the legendary cry of Eureka to complete the melodrama. A few seconds later, she was already running after Adler, calling for his attention, while the great knight himself walked slowly, accompanied by a junior swordsman holding stacks of papers. The former Korean woman had chosen an absolutely foolproof strategy for her plan. As soon as she added that the young gentleman was in pain, Vikingham was ready to run to help, knocking down people and pieces of furniture in his path, like a living natural disaster. A few more seconds passed, and here we are. Adler was rushing along the corridors, accompanied by the protagonist, until they reached the garden, where Atarta was sitting on the ground with an indifferent look. The knight literally jumped around his liege, constantly asking where and what hurt him and how it could be helped, just like an overly caring and overprotective mother who suddenly saw how her treasure had cut his finger. And at the sight of this, Beatrice could not even hold back the flow of bile. Well, yes, of course. As soon as Adler heard how His Majesty had at least gotten a splinter, he would raise the entire royal cavalry and army, not forgetting about the regiment of doctors. But when Trixie herself wanted to discuss important things with him, she always came across an indifferent, "I'm busy, not now." She even wanted to clench her fist and hit Vikingham on the head with all her might, but she somehow miraculously restrained herself, allowing the knight to continue running around poor Leon like a chicken. Having not seen even the smallest bruise or contusion on the prince's body, not counting the old wounds under the bandages, the brunette asked the maid what was wrong with Atarta's health, and the protagonist silently sent the blonde a signal to act. The main character obediently leaned to one side and groaned loudly, demonstrating monstrous pain with his whole appearance and driving poor Adler to real hysteria. In her mind, the newcomer clenched her fists in admiration, praising her protégé's acting skills. But from the outside, she also very convincingly feigned concern and added that the prince's cuts must still hurt. Someone else might have suspected something was wrong, but not Vikingham. He swallowed the bait wholeheartedly and added himself that the young master's wounds must still be aching. They were so deep that even the blonde's phenomenal health could not cope right away. Trixie desperately hoped that the final stage of her plan would also go off without a hitch, and subtly suggested postponing the trip to the big city until Leon was fully recovered. But suddenly came across a categorical refusal. The girl felt the invisible mirror breaking, ingloriously crumbling into crooked fragments. All her brilliant plans, all the effort spent on teaching Atarta the art of acting, turned to dust. She basically didn't expect that Adler would be able to not follow her lead in something that concerned the well-being of the master. It was easier to believe that the moon and the sun would one day fall from the sky together, and then the main characters exchanged eloquent glances. The golden-haired youth began to moan painfully again, looking at the brunette with longing and silent pleading, and Trixie gently hugged him by the shoulders and asked if the poor fellow really had enough strength to endure the long and difficult journey. Would he recover in a few days? Vikingham did not understand why the protagonist named such a short period, and she kindly reminded that the knight himself was already preparing for the move. Or was she mistaken? With a calm and wise face, the head of the servants explained that Giuseppe had completely misunderstood his actions. They would have to do a lot of work to stock up on provisions, prepare the mansion in the capital, and destroy traces of their presence here. So the trip would take place only in 3 months. Gurdon's prediction, said in such a confident tone, played a very cruel joke on the girl. She did not need to spend so much time and effort to teach the stupid guy to pretend to be a dying swan. But this was not the end of their little and cheerful adventure. Vikingham insisted that the young master must see the doctor to avoid the worst. And Leon already understood that he no longer needed to do tricks, so he began to relax again and even yawn, which made the knight's jaw drop. Why did the owner suddenly and sharply gain weight? For a few moments, she and Beatrice exchanged glances, and then the maid made a cute face and chirped that the appearance of his most precious, reliable, and faithful protector must have given the prince strength. And she could even understand him, because Adler had been monstrously busy lately. Constantly busy, head over heels in work. Was it any wonder that the girl had the wrong impression of his goals? The man shook his head wearily and added that he would have had his hands full anyway. He needed to investigate that attack, figure out exactly what kind of bastard hired those bone breakers and what they wanted from the prince. It was logical. After all, they had lived on Mount Mito for 5 years. No one had bothered them. And then suddenly a whole squad of thugs appeared, and they attacked the house only when its main defender was far away. One might believe in a single coincidence, but not in such a group. Even Trixie herself, having thoroughly combed through those unpleasant memories, could not help but admit that Vikingham was completely right. Of course, Adler did not deny the theoretical possibility that this could still simply be the result of a whim of fate, a game of large numbers. But it is better to blow on the water one more time than to get burned once. As an experienced commander, he understood perfectly well how to act in such a situation and what could be expected from the enemy next. In particular, he concluded that about a month and a half should pass before the next attack. This surprised the protagonist quite a bit, since the move took twice as long, and then Adler said with a brutal face, "This is exactly why he is here, to protect the young prince from such jackals." The maid felt something between envy and self-contempt after this. Vikingham was ready to defend the overlord at the cost of his own life, and she only thought about how to save her own skin. But out loud, she only sweetly continued the conversation about the date of the beginning of the journey. Trixie was mistakenly told that they would all be going to the capital in just a week, and then the knight repeated once again that this was not so. But there was still little reason to rejoice. If their enemies were as nimble as he was, then there would be many more unpleasant surprises. Waving her arms wildly and forcing a goofy smile, Giuseppe declared that this simply couldn't be true. After all, we were talking about Adler himself, the greatest warrior the Atarta Empire had ever known, and the brunette, characteristically, did not pretend to be modest and untouchable. On the contrary, he accepted all these compliments with a calm smile and even nodded in agreement. However, at this point, Vikingham considered the conversation over. Now the maid had to check Leon's well-being once again and immediately report any results to him. But before leaving, the brunette mentioned something else. Benjamin Luton was ready to start working with the prince at any moment, as soon as the latter was ready enough for it. As soon as Adler had moved away a sufficient distance, Trixie hugged Atartu and began to enthusiastically pat him on the head, saying, "What a smart puppy you are! How well you did everything!" The young man timidly asked if this made his mistress happy. For him, this would be the most valuable and only worthwhile reward, and the woman's answer in this regard did not disappoint. What also made the main character very happy was that her precious boy would now have a real teacher who would help him learn to speak, read, and do other similar things fully. Suddenly, Leon repeated the word teacher, but at the same time he looked straight at Giuseppe, and with such a languid gaze, as if he was about to sink his lips into a voluptuous kiss at any moment. The protagonist didn't pay any attention to these signs at all, but the next title confused her quite a bit. But if you think about it a little differently, didn't that same Gurdon elevate her to the rank of professor a long time ago? But it was easy to see the positive side of this. Thanks to Beatrice's influence, Atarta had gotten used to the fact that people were trying to teach him something, which meant that the process of getting used to Benjamin would go much faster. This is what she hastened to explain to her charge, completely ignoring his disappointed and sad look. It literally screamed about how much Leon wanted to say something like, "Woman, for the love of all the gods, when will it ever dawn on you?" The young man, characteristically, this time really tried to somehow explain his feelings to the newcomer, but she seemed to deliberately ignore his words and look or distort them as if they were just another innocent prank. After this, the audience saw Giuseppe's first meeting with Luton, and it was awkward. The girl thought that this man would turn out to be something like a gray mouse, essentially a living shadow with a very timid disposition and a quiet voice. However, in reality, Benjamin turned out to be a very handsome, feminine, graceful man with long hair and elegant transparent glasses. He even carried himself with a sense of his own dignity. He was also not shy in conversations with high-ranking persons. Having barely looked at Leon, the teacher asked with slight disgust whether he was always half-naked. Not at all embarrassed by the evil grin of the prince, Vikingham confirmed that they had only recently managed to accustom the young master to wearing trousers. And then, rubbing the bridge of his nose wearily, he admitted that they still had a long way to go before they could get to the shirt. Overall, Luton seemed to the main character to be a cold and tough person, but at the same time smart and knowledgeable about his business. And for a mentor, these were the most important and significant qualities. Gracefully adjusting his glasses, Benjamin commented out loud on the fact that his new student seemed, to put it mildly, hostile, in the tone one would use to mark the arrival of rain. Feeling even more awkward, the protagonist admitted that their master was not very comfortable interacting with strangers, and the teacher unemotionally noted that he would have expressed himself differently. Here, Adler also made his contribution. He handed the new employee a thick leather cloak, already familiar to readers, and added that it would be better to be in this protective suit. However, Luton refused, explaining that he was hired to teach Atarta noble etiquette and other wisdom, which means he is obliged to set an example for the young man in everything. Trixie couldn't help but let out a sigh of admiration. Benjamin was indeed behaving very professionally and with dignity. But in order to start the acquaintance, they had to work together. The girl was going to calm the prince down, and the man was going to get closer to him. Crouching down so that she could meet Leon's eyes, the time traveler explained to him who the brown-haired man was, what he would do, and asked him to call him Mr. Luton. At first, the young man looked calm and even interested, but then his face hardened. His gaze became piercing and cold, and he decisively answered no, causing the maid to freeze with her mouth open. Atarta growled, "Monster, beast, spy," and his gaze and Benjamin's met like two invisible rapiers. And Beatrice tried to smooth things over by gently asking if the blonde was afraid of the new mentor, because he didn't know him. The young man growled dully, like a big disgruntled dog, and the protagonist, having completely captured his attention, tried to convince him not to react so sharply. "Luton is also good." Instead of answering, the man suddenly pulled Giuseppe towards him and held him in a tight embrace, and his whole appearance screamed, "This is my woman! I will kill anyone who tries to take her away from me!" And in order to convey his point of view to those around him, Atarta tensed his cast muscles with all his might and growled angrily, "I hate the teacher," continuing to burn him with his gaze. A very tense and awkward silence filled the room until Vikingham finally dared to ask Trixie if he could come to the prince now, to which Leon growled, and the maid asked him to wait. What worried the main character most in this situation, oddly enough, was the heat that had risen in her body. Could it really have been transmitted to her by the blonde with his high temperature? However, this time, what was even more important was that the wild prince flatly refused to loosen his grip, silently saying that he would never let the woman go, even if she herself demanded it. Another lady in such a situation might have already become hysterical and called for help, but the protagonist acted much more gracefully. She coldly and sternly said that she does not like such forced pressing. They must speak eye to eye. And it worked. If Adler had tried to say something like that, Atarta would have already tried to wring his neck, but he carried out all of Beatrice's orders with the obedience of a well-trained dog. And then she also stared at the guy's barrel-shaped chest, which the bandages didn't hide, but rather outlined beautifully, and she pushed him away. Such a strong fire suddenly started in Trixie's entire body. Leon very slowly and carefully brought his hand to her again, and the main character froze, looking at him with huge doe eyes and rapidly pinkening cheeks. A process was taking place in her soul that could be described as both wanting and prickly, and for the first time she noticed the unusual expressions on Atarta's face. There was no canine joy in them, no childish desire to please the teacher, or anything else she had thought about the prince before. After a few seconds of reflection, The woman realized that something was really bothering the guy, and she directly asked him to explain what kind of cats were scratching at his already tormented soul. Instead of answering, the blonde raised his head, pointing his gaze at Benjamin. The teacher, of course, had not gone anywhere. He had been standing very close the whole time, clasping his hands and looking at the main characters with an expressionless gaze. And then the prince quietly, even tiredly, repeated his previous "I don't like the teacher," hoping to at least convey to those around him why he so desperately didn't want to work with anyone other than Beatrice. But the main character, with all her talents, was not a telepath and could not read people's intentions from the slightest movements of their facial muscles, so she began to ask specific questions. Is Leon specifically irritated by Benjamin? Does he feel awkward, angry because the new mentor is a man or what? But then the maid noticed that her charge was looking at her with a very similar look as in the case of Luton, without aggression, but with the same fear, and it dawned on her that Atarta was simply afraid that the protagonist intended to leave. The main character didn't say anything in response to this last question. He just continued to look at her with the eyes of a crying puppy, and Giuseppe again felt awkward. How could she even talk to someone like that and explain anything? Realizing that some things only become clear when said head-on, the man pointed his finger at the girl, saying Trixie, and then made a walking gesture, accompanying it with the phrase leave, and this time the misunderstanding finally disappeared. And the time traveler really was going to run away at one time, saving her life from the subsequent political storms. But she would never admit it now. On the contrary, she smiled and assured Leon that she would never abandon him. The prince smiled happily and hugged his mentor again, this time much more gently and unobtrusively, realizing that his initial fears had turned out to be groundless. Pressing her head against his chest, Beatrice could easily hear how quickly the blonde's heart began to beat, a sure sign that his condition was rapidly improving, and the same emotions were transmitted to her. After waiting for a while, the protagonist warmly asked if they should go to school now. And this time, the prince, of course, did not refuse. But after that, the main character was again pierced by a strange, feverish chill. She mentally swore to force a Tartu to wear outerwear at any cost, so that, damn it, he would not embarrass her anymore with his magnificent chest. Then the girl called out to the teacher, asking him to come over, but she didn't receive an answer. Benjamin was so deeply thinking about something, watching the sweet couple, that he didn't even react to the words. But in the end, Luton stood shoulder to shoulder with Giuseppe, who, with a kind smile, asked Leone to start the acquaintance anew, and to finally name the new mentor, as befits the rules of decency. She only half succeeded. The blonde obediently called the brown-haired man teacher, but still pretended that he was unable to remember his last name, so Trixie shook her head sadly. Was the story with Adler the damn knight, Vikingham, really repeating itself? She really didn't want to play the pleading game again, so she folded her arms sternly and reminded him that it was just polite to call the mentors by their last names. But then Benjamin himself intervened. He bowed his head and introduced himself very politely, clearly hoping that this would help break the ice between him and the new student. But the prince continued to remain angrily and stubbornly silent. Feeling like the mother of a very naughty and mischievous child, the protagonist directly said that Atarta should now greet Luton in return. But the prince again muttered, "Uh-huh, teacher," and nothing more. To the maid's credit, she quickly admitted that she herself was to blame for this, because not once in the past 6 months had she tried to teach her pupil how to properly greet others, and now she is reaping the fruits of this. Benjamin, however, again pretended that he had not heard anything strange, so as not to make the already awkward situation even more embarrassing for all participants. He only asked what the name of the newcomer was. Then the brown-haired man asked if his new student could speak before, and the protagonist admitted that Leone knew a few words before, but they were swear words, and he deliberately used them for their intended purpose. More innocent phrases, like the same "uh-huh" and "teacher" in the prince's lexicon, are precisely the merit of the main character. But, as she noted, she did not try to cram the dictionary or anything like that with the young man. Atarta himself adopted the phrases, listening to his new friend, and it was the latter that interested Benjamin the most. He would be very interested in trying this method in the future, and Trixie was again surprised at how many surprises this cold pedant could hide. The man explained very seriously that modern society has a terrible system of raising young people. No one even tries to find a special approach to children and teenagers, and the maid even backed away, realizing how many maniacal individuals there are here. Take Vikingham and Gurdon, for example. These two are ready to literally pray to their beloved master Leon, to dance on their hind legs in front of him, and even now, Adler, listening to Luton's speech with a burning gaze, agreed that yes, it was precisely such a wise man who should be the mentor of the great prince. Well, this brown-haired guy with strict glasses was a fanatic about everything that concerned education. Even now he looked at the protagonist as if he could kill her for any not very respectful word. And the main character, in a way, felt better than them, because she set herself a simple and pragmatic goal: to escape from this Game of Thrones, stay alive and with money. But then she was struck like lightning by how close Benjamin suddenly came. It was so close that it was already awkward. The woman again felt that fire, causing an unpleasant tremor and tingling in her body, took a step back, and suddenly felt a strong tug. It was Leon who grabbed her dress with his teeth and pulled it towards himself. The scene was like a sham, a farce concocted by a hooligan cartoonist, and even the usually cool-headed Luton's face twisted at that moment. Then the two men's eyes met, and a spark flew between them again. Atarta and Benjamin made it clear to each other that they were now sworn enemies, while the protagonist desperately tried to understand why she suddenly found herself sandwiched between them, like a sausage between buns. Then the blonde started whining again, making pitiful eyes and demonstrating with his whole appearance how bad he felt without his beloved Trixie, and the girl, unable to bear it, asked whether she would be allowed to attend classes with her charge for the first time. The brown-haired man, politely but reservedly, replied that nothing bad would come of it in any case, especially since remembering how to bow to noble ladies or which hand to hold a fork with during lunch was by no means a priority task right now. No, bravely looking at the viciously grinning and hissing guy, the teacher was going to start by establishing a relationship with him, which caused another admiring sigh from the protagonist. In her eyes, Luton had finally become a natural-born professional, a great master of his craft, and Beatrice could not be more pleased that she had thought of calling on this wonderful man for such a responsible job. But the fact that Atarta continued to growl angrily at Benjamin, although he had done absolutely nothing to him, was already beginning to frighten and irritate the main character. So she turned to the prince and, with the strictest look, waved her finger in front of his face. However, the brown-haired man took this surprisingly calmly and even allowed himself to laugh for the first time. And what's more, the teacher began to understand where such strong antagonism had suddenly come from. After that, the bespectacled man cast a smug glance at the prince, reinforced by a poisonous smile, and Leon responded to this with a new grin. However, Trixie did not notice anything and was only naively glad that there would be no more problems. And then Luton decided to ask the question that had clearly been bothering him since the moment he laid eyes on his new charge. Did Atarta always hobble around on all fours like a primate? Giuseppe confirmed this, and the first lesson the brown-haired boy decided to try to sit on the chair, because in order to comprehend different sciences, it is necessary to start from the very first step. An innocent phrase, but said in such a poisonous tone that the prince almost turned white with anger. Only a completely blind and deaf person would not notice such a sharp change in atmosphere. So the protagonist finally became wary of the two guys' unrelenting enmity. Then the mentor came closer to the student and leaned down to look him straight in the eyes, to properly assess, silently convey another mockery, or all of the above. The girl leaned forward, clearly afraid that in a second Leonie would bite off Benjamin's nose, but this did not happen. Instead, the bespectacled man leaned towards the prince's ear and quietly but clearly said, "If you want to be happy with her." These words seemed to knock all the spirit out of the protagonist. Atarta leaned back and went limp. But Beatrice and Vikingham again did not have time to do or say anything. Luton had pulled back by this point and was calmly adjusting his glasses. But the blonde could see his triumphant smile, which conveyed the idea perfectly well that the brown-haired man had perfectly figured out the young man's weak spot. So the first lesson was this. From now on, every time the main character was in the room, he had to sit not on the floor like an animal, but on a chair, like a decent person. But the more the poor guy listened to this, the gloomier he became. His gloomy appearance frightened the traveler so much that at some point she suddenly stood in front of Luton, so that the mad prince would not think of attacking the object of his irritation, as before. Fortunately for everyone except Atarta, this never happened. Instead, the golden-haired boy stood up and for the first time in a very long time, walked somewhere on two legs. As one would expect from a man who had spent many years exclusively on all fours, the guy moved very awkwardly, staggering and swaying from side to side, as if drunk, but he stubbornly walked towards his goal. And, to Leon's credit, he eventually managed to reach the chair without falling or even twisting a limb. But he immediately climbed onto the seat with his legs pressed to his chest, and his whole appearance expressed universal discontent. Trixie and Vikingham's eyes lit up with delight, almost like parents watching their baby take his first steps. But Benjamin calmly explained that he hadn't used any complicated tricks to get his student to do it. In fact, this was only possible because Mrs. Giuseppe was nearby, and the protagonist's jaw almost dropped to the floor from such a revelation. Then, the teacher directly pointed out that Atarta was unable to tear his eyes away from his beloved mentor. Even now, he was staring straight at the girl, closely watching her every step. In response, the woman smiled understandingly. Now everything fell into place. And of course, Leonie is very dependent on her new guardian, so she constantly tries to keep her within sight. Another person in Luton's place would have already cursed at such stupidity, but the brown-haired man managed to restrain himself this time too. His eyelids didn't even twitch, he only noted, "So that's how you think of yourself," and then avoided the questions. After this, the lessons continued, and the mentor tried to persuade his new student to sit in a manner befitting a man of his rank, to which Atarta responded with another angry growl. Benjamin was not at all impressed by this performance, and he even explained why, if the prince did not want to listen to the lessons, or even directly attacked his teacher, he would suffer from this the most. It then turned out that a whole week had passed between that moment and the episode when the main character sat down on the chair, and since then, there had been no progress in raising Leon, but the brown-haired man was not going to give up. As for Atarta himself, he still hated Luton. He was the first person in a long time who was absolutely not afraid of him and knew how to put pressure on those around him to do what he wanted, regardless of their hostility. Unfortunately, Trixie was completely oblivious to the serious feud between the two men. In this regard, she was as blind as she was to Leon's true feelings, and the maid was proud that the prince meekly tolerated his mentor and did not try to beat him up and gnaw at him. Meanwhile, Benjamin shared that it was vital for progress to teach the main character to behave like a human being, even in the absence of the protagonist. But that was, of course, still a long way off. If so, then the new worker needed the old one's help. Or, to be specific, Luton needed the newcomer to sit down in the chair herself, demonstrating to her charge how to sit properly in the seat. It was a fairly innocent request, but the main character still felt awkward, as if she had been asked to walk around in a revealing dress in front of dozens of people. However, she sat down, keeping a smile plastered on her face, until the brown-haired man suddenly touched her shoulders. They were too tense and lopsided, so her posture needed to be corrected for a good example. A second later, Atarta, angrily baring his teeth and growling, grabbed the bespectacled man by the hand, to which Benjamin, without even a shadow of fear, said that this was the reason why the protagonist needed to sit correctly. Leon's gaze was blazing, and Luton's eyes were like an Arctic ice storm. But Beatrice was quick to resolve the conflict, convincing the prince that there was nothing to worry about. This time, the young man did not listen to her. Without taking his eyes off the hated competitor for female attention, the main character again uttered his signature monster. The young teacher ironically praised the blonde for his ability to choose his words, and then warned him that if Atarta didn't want his beloved Giuseppe to be touched by anyone other than him again, he should do what he was told. The main character growled even more furiously and began to squeeze his fingers with the obvious intention of breaking his opponent's entire hand. But then Trixie finally intervened. She drew the guy's attention to herself and repeated once again that their new colleague was a good person, and he should not be treated like that. However, Luton pretended that nothing terrible had happened. He didn't even wince as he carefully rubbed the injured limb and explained to the protagonist that their common pupil was currently going through a rebellious phase. Nothing more. What is characteristic is that the last phrase led the main character to certain thoughts. She thought hard, bit her lip for several seconds, until she finally happily announced that she had some idea. As an experienced dog owner, she had heard a rumor that dogs were better at imitating others and learning faster if the experience made them feel positive. And to carry out this plan, Beatrice needed Benjamin's help. From the outside, this was expressed by Giuseppe grabbing Luton by the hand and sitting him down on the chair next to her. And this happened so suddenly that the usually imperturbable mentor looked genuinely confused. Aderta gave them both an angry, wary look, clearly wondering what cruel joke they were planning on playing on him next. But for now, Trixie just started loudly admiring how great it felt to sit on a chair. Of course, this tactic wouldn't have worked with an ordinary person, but Leon swallowed the bait completely. His features instantly softened, the angry notes disappeared from his voice, and he carefully walked to the next chair. The time traveler, watching the prince settle into the seat, was unable to restrain a few smug thoughts. Everything went like clockwork, and Atarta, seeing how his beloved mentors were enjoying themselves in this position, decided to try something similar too. A few seconds passed. The blonde was still in the chair, not trying to lift his legs to his chest or jump up, and the delighted Beatrice began to coo at him, like, "What a smart and good boy. A wonderful puppy. Just a clever one." And then, after that, an unpleasant surprise happened. Leone cast a look full of disgust at the protagonist and Benjamin, and began to slowly walk to the other end of the room, not paying any attention to the questions. In an instant, the young man, still saying nothing and listening to no one, jumped out the window, after which Trixie bashfully assumed that His Highness had taken offense, deciding that she and Luton were having a great time without him. The brown-haired man calmly suggested that the blonde's pride was most likely hurt because of the feeling of defeat in front of those around him, and the protagonist again gasped in admiration at the insight of this great mentor. Hearing from the heroine, "You are a better teacher for Leone than I could ever be," the bespectacled man noted with a slight smile that Giuseppe knew much more about Atarte than he did, not to mention that he was actually cheating. The man used the most primitive approach when interacting with another. He used actions and emotions that evoked purely positive and purely negative emotions. But this cannot continue any longer. The prince must unlearn how to divide the world into black and white and experience more complex feelings. This already made the main character wary. She carefully asked if this would provoke the blonde to traumatic flashbacks, to which the mentor replied that, firstly, he knew nothing about the past of his pupil and his problems, and secondly, it was not even about this, but about another very complex feeling that torments Leon's soul. He never said what he meant by love, giving Trixie a chance to figure it out on her own someday. And he also warned her not to run after the prince, who needed time and solitude to come to his senses. Luton also admitted that he would continue to be strict and tough in his training in order to stimulate the protagonist to develop and think, and the maid asked in response, could she then take on the role of a good cop so that the poor boy would not be completely lonely and sad? After considering this for a few moments, Benjamin acknowledged that there was some merit in Giuseppe's words and approved of her idea of going to calm Atartu down, while he himself would need to think about the next lesson and prepare for it. The prince was found in the garden, half lying under a large tree. At first, one might have thought that he had lost consciousness, but in fact the guy heard and felt everything. And when the girl approached him with soothing words, he interrupted her and laconically informed her that everything was fine. The protagonist was alarmed by this. For the first time, it seemed to her that the young man was pushing her away. But then, Leon asked if Beatrice liked the teacher, and she, after thinking hard, admitted that she felt more sympathy for Luton than hatred. The golden-haired prince repeated this, "Teacher, I like it," in a very sad, almost dejected tone, and his face completely fell. But at this, the maid affectionately patted him on the cheek and assured him that she liked him too. Then the man was overcome by a real wave of recent memories. He, as if in reality, saw again how Trixie and Benjamin were sitting at the table side by side, and he felt how animal hatred and rage rose in his chest. But then the blonde remembered the night when the estate was attacked by unknown mercenaries, how the maid looked at him with sincere horror and begged him not to come closer, and then how the brown-haired man quietly told him, "If you continue to behave like this, she will not be happy with you." All these memories were like painful pokes with a stick, but it was they that ultimately prompted Leon to work on himself. And another time, he himself entered one of the rooms and sat down on a chair, as befits a lord. Even if it was very unusual and uncomfortable for him to do this, the protagonist was ready to completely ignore it, all for the sake of seeing the smile and laughter of his beloved, for the sake of becoming something more for her than a dog or a friend. On another day, the audience saw how Vikingham's daily life was going in his office. There the brunette listened to a report from a younger knight, who claimed that the enemies, who had sent assassins several weeks ago, were now in a difficult situation due to the loss of all fighters. Adler had expected something like this. He knew very well that Duke Evans was ruthless and greedy, but very cautious, so the attack was most likely the work of one of his minions, trying to please the master. However, there was definitely a traitor in the mansion, and the head of the staff felt sick at the thought that it could be Trixie, of all people, who had done so much good for their young master, and who had previously aroused no suspicion. The great knight tried to convince himself that this idea was pointless, if only because Beatrice was teaching Leon how to be a reasonable and adequate person. And this was precisely the worst possible scenario for the Duke, who was eager to sit on the throne himself. This meant that the spy was someone else, but even this thought caused Vikingham almost physical pain. It was very hard to realize that one of the people with whom you shared shelter and hardships for many years, serving a Tarta with all your might, was a corrupt traitor. Meanwhile, the young man in armor continued his report. The attackers did not have any personal belongings and did not have any evidence with them that would allow them to trace the thread to the identity of the customer, which significantly complicated the situation. But Vikingham was not at all upset, or even surprised by this. On the contrary, he would have been much more surprised if it suddenly turned out that someone from Evan's faction had made an idiotic mistake that would make it easy to uncover the essence of the conspiracy. And the man wasn't going to sit back any longer. After they had all been hiding like animals for over 5 years, he was finally going to make a move. And to do that, he needed a list of the enemy's people by name. The swordsman immediately began to carry out the order, but was stumped when the boss suddenly gave a completely strange order to keep an eye on Jamie, a greedy and evil commoner married to Beatrice. Of course, Vikingham didn't care about the well-being of this boar, as one might suddenly think. But even Adler knew that Trixie's husband was an extremely unprincipled brute with a boneless tongue. Bribing him for possible information was easier than buying eggs at the market. But that was not all. In addition to everything else, the great knight was going to very carefully check the information about all the servants who live and work in the estate in order to finally find the traitors and give them what they deserve. And in a completely different place, Giuseppe and Luton were looking very intently at Leone, who was sitting in a chair, and he was looking back at them sullenly, like a sculpture that had suddenly come to life and made it clear that it was tired of the attention of annoying art critics. After a minute of silence, Trixie finally said that they should think about teaching a Tartu to wear decent clothes. Otherwise, he was still showing off his sculpted body and skin covered in old dirt stains to the whole world. And Benjamin agreed with this. In addition to observing purely contractual propriety, this decision also had a practical meaning in the form of some protection of the prince's body from bruises, contusions, and injuries. The protagonist, of course, understood that they would never be able to carry out this plan so easily. She still remembered how furious the notorious Dachshund was when her mistress suddenly got it into her head to dress her in a stupid dress. And the teacher even agreed in terms of doubts. It was very important to ensure that the clothes sat comfortably on the young man. Otherwise, they would only distract and restrict movement. On the other hand, the main character thought, There was already a certain lesson in this. Atarte needed to get used to the fact that life can be unpleasant and inconvenient, including in small things, if he really wanted to become a man. The blonde himself suddenly rose from his chair, quietly approached the maid, and gently hugged her. And unlike previous incidents, when he growled and kicked, now the guy's look was very sad and melancholy. The brown-haired man calmly took out his watch, looked at the dial, and coldly reminded him that he had ordered his student to sit in the chair for 30 minutes, to which Leon replied, "No!" Hugged Trixie even tighter to his chest, and pouted like an offended child. Looking calmly at the imperial air, the young mentor asked the protagonist to go out and leave them alone. Because of her, Atarta was constantly distracted, which slowed down the already difficult training. But there was more to it than that. Coolly adjusting his glasses, Luton said it was high time for the main character to learn to set goals for himself. The time traveler, however, sincerely could not understand how her presence nearby interfered with the achievement of these very goals. But Benjamin calmly said that she would understand everything herself if she allowed the lesson to be conducted under alternative conditions. The woman didn't argue, but before leaving, she turned to face the prince and in the most gentle tone asked if he would be a good boy, even if he was left alone with Luton. Trixie didn't want the teacher's remains to be washed with mops later. She couldn't help but admit that she had spoiled the boy because of his difficult situation and past, constantly acting like a coddling mother, and this needed to stop. But she still asked Benjamin not to push too much, because Atarta was still dangerous. The young mentor held himself with unfailing dignity and composure, and even if he secretly felt fear, he did not allow it to come out. So Beatrice, with a much more frightened face, reminded him that Leon could easily attack and kill. The man with glasses said once again that the heir to the throne would not do him any harm, and hinted that he opened the doors, so that Giuseppe had no choice but to step through them and say goodbye to his protégé. Already in the corridor, the girl tried to convince herself in various ways that nothing terrible would happen. And in general, it was high time for Attart to grow up and learn to live without his beloved mother, if Trixie herself did not want to be tied to him forever. Yes, she told herself silently, this would be the best option for everyone. And yet the girl's look very eloquently demonstrated how little she believed in her own arguments. When the protagonist went outside, it turned out that the day had long since abandoned its positions, leaving them to the nights. The sun had almost disappeared behind the horizon, painting it in crimson colors, and the heroine realized with confusion that she had nothing more to do here. She had been working as a sort of nanny for Atarta for more than 5 months, and hadn't even noticed how she had gotten used to this routine. Now that it was no longer as important as before, an unpleasant emptiness had settled in the soul of the newcomer. In order to somehow cope with this, the girl eventually decided to go and report to Adler. After all, the great knight himself asked that he be immediately informed of all changes related to the Overlord. Vikingham was busy as always, concentrating on reading and signing papers. But he was immediately distracted as soon as he realized that Trixie had come to see him. This was clearly something important. Choosing her words carefully so as not to frighten or anger her interlocutor, Beatrice said that Mr. Luton was having a private lesson with Leon, and Adler calmly asked if that was really the case. And this lack of a violent reaction from the knight, who staged a melodrama every time it concerned Atarta, sincerely surprised the protagonist. However, the man himself seemed to sincerely not understand this. Then, the main character practically explained that the decision to put these two alone in one room was actually very risky. Who knows when the bloodthirsty beast in the prince will wake up again, and you can't be completely sure of Benjamin. Adler calmly explained that he had thoroughly checked the man and had no doubts about his bearings, which even offended Giuseppe. She still remembered very well how Vikingham had first started interrogating her about the motive for the murder. In addition, there was another moment that gave the knight additional confidence regarding the young mentor. To the woman's great surprise, they had entered into some kind of agreement between themselves. The talk was about a reward for working with Leon, similar to the one that had once been promised to the protagonist. The brunette added in a mysterious voice that Luton probably needed his payment even more than Trixie needed hers. And then he himself began to ask a question. namely, how Beatrice's old teacher met Benjamin, who lived far abroad. The shocked girl almost tore her dress and skin with her fingers. She basically did not expect such a dirty trick from the canvas of the novella, and with great difficulty pulled a very fake smile onto her face, as if to say, "Aren't all teachers good friends to each other?" Vikingham gave Beatrice a very suspicious and attentive look, but said nothing more. However, as soon as the heroine, on shaking legs, was about to leave, a cold voice stopped her. Adler, the best knight of the empire and bodyguard of its future ruler, no longer played or indulged in eccentricity. He looked at the girl like a butcher taking aim at a new meat carcass and demanded that she tell him about any suspicions she had. The protagonist felt her clothes sticking to her body due to the sudden cold sweat, and she asked in bewilderment what had suddenly come over the brunette. And he, in the same icy tone, explained that he could not control the spread of information, and he said all this because he was not sure. Who even knew that here, in a secluded mansion on Mount Mito, there was such a servant, Beatrice Giuseppe, if you don't count her husband. And then the time traveler realized Vikingham suspects her of helping to organize the attack on the estate. Understanding that this was not the kind of situation where it was reasonable to prevaricate and play with words, the main character honestly admitted that she had not maintained relations with her blood relatives for a long time, and that her hated husband kicked her out of the house just a couple of hours after he announced his new job. And she had little doubt that this boor didn't give a damn who was on the mountain. As long as there was money, booze, and women, Jamie was ready to ignore the whole world around him. And finally, the protagonist, with a barely noticeable wry smile, asked Adler what she could tell a man who openly wished her death. It was said so casually, but so terribly, that even the seasoned warrior and politician was moved. Vikingham hastened to apologize for stirring up these nasty memories of his interlocutor, and Trixie, now with her usual smile, assured him that everything was fine. At this point, they chose to part ways, and then the action again focused on Leona's difficult training. As it turned out, a whole week had already passed, and during this entire period, Luton had never allowed the traveler to see the prince. The heroine was very upset that she couldn't exchange even a word with her ward, but Benjamin knew how to be ruthless. He didn't allow the maid to take a step further, explaining all this by his concern for the student's progress. All the woman could do was look longingly at the treasured door leading to the prince's chambers and reflect on the fact that, according to rumors, Atart's bandages had already been removed. No, don't get it wrong. The protagonist was generally happy that the prince was being taught to live without her, and that he was now completely healthy. But damn, how she missed her beloved boy and worried about his health. And since it was not possible to overcome the inexorable obstacle in the person of Luton, the maid was forced to return to the very duties for which she was originally hired: washing, cleaning, and other similar things. Vikingham warned those around him that they would soon be going to the capital, so they shouldn't be overzealous. But Giuseppe ignored his words and worked hard for a whole week like a real workaholic. Yesterday, Beatrice also managed to get a serious scolding from Adler for the fact that she entered Leon's room without asking, and, for some reason, rummaged through his personal belongings with her hands. Now, having finished almost all her chores, the protagonist decided to simply go to her room and lie on the couch. However, walking past two other maids, she suddenly heard them gossiping, discussing a certain potentially dangerous person. From the context, it became clear that they were talking about Benjamin. He did something to Leon, and it genuinely shocked even the inhabitants of the mansion, who had seen a lot. And it also scared Trixie. Unable to bear it, Giuseppe decided to openly intervene in this conversation. But the maids were not offended. On the contrary, they themselves were just about to look for the main character to tell her the terrible news. The prince was being held captive. Well, to be honest, this is not a cast-iron fact, but there are persistent rumors that a certain servant named Tom, while working, looked through the window into the blonde's bedchamber and was shocked to see how Luton was keeping his student completely tied up. It was not hard to guess what the protagonist's reaction to such news was. From her scream, it seemed that the glass would crack, and her eyes would fly out of their sockets at a speed that space rockets would envy. One of the maids, however, was surprised by such a sharp reaction. It seemed to her that Trixie should definitely be aware of the true state of affairs, but then she suddenly remembered something, and very falsely feigned carefree indifference, as if that witness was not to be trusted anyway. He was constantly talking nonsense. The second gossip hurried to help her friend, and recalled that the same person had seriously claimed that he had seen a young gentleman with a tiny woman who looked very much like the main character, and they had done all sorts of things. No, it wasn't about sex or anything else vulgar. Tom had simply once seen the protagonist, at the beginning of their acquaintance in Addertoy, try to imitate him, crawling on all fours and barking to establish contact. But now the time traveler was so overcome with shame that she would rather have died. With great difficulty, having controlled the fountain of emotions, the main character pretended to be cheerful. She raised her hand to her mouth and giggled, having fully understood the meaning of this outrageous joke. But before the women could come to their senses, Giuseppe rushed into Leone's room to make sure that he was really okay, and with such speed that the girl's legs turned into a solid cloud of dust, like in old American cartoons. The prudent Luton always locked the doors of his chambers so that no one could disturb his studies without a very good reason, so Trixie decided to ask Vikingham for a spare key now, despite the fact that she could hardly speak after running. When the knight sullenly threw down from under the pile of papers, "What is it this time?" the maid again decided to answer with the utmost honesty that the servants were spreading rumors that the new teacher was tying a Tartu up against his will, and Vikingham jumped to his feet at such news. The main character did not have time to finish her request for the key. In just a few seconds, the brunette came up to her closely, and in a very unnatural, even creepy voice, answered that this tool was not necessary. To say the man was furious would be like calling the oceans wet. The warrior was literally burning with bloodlust, so much so that he barely managed to croak out, "I believed him! He seemed so desperate!" before rushing towards Leone's room. It all looked so scary that the newcomer managed to regret her decision. In such a state, Adler could easily have killed Benjamin, and when he, with his face twisted with anger, tried to break down the doors with his bare hands, Beatrice felt her knees weaken. But it was at that moment that Luton himself opened the doors, looking around in bewilderment. The brown-haired man was clearly busy, and then, like a bolt from the blue, panicked female squeals, loud stomping and animal growling. The imperial heir's supreme bodyguard gave the mentor a very angry look. He clearly wanted to tear the deceiver apart right then and there, but his sense of duty was stronger, and so the warrior only pushed the bespectacled man away in order to quickly check on the prince. Trixie had a hard time keeping up with Vikingham, desperately hoping that the gossip was just stupid gossip, and that no one was tying a Tartu up or doing anything else to the poor guy. The woman froze, as if struck by lightning, as soon as she saw the golden-haired youth, because everything was absolutely normal with him, no hint of chains or ropes, and the only thing that had changed was that the protagonist was wearing a shirt. Both the look and the very posture of the young man literally screamed about how much it irritated him to be here and do all this. But Giuseppe did not even notice it. Her heart simply skipped a few beats from the sight of her pupil in clothes. Adler was also taken aback, not seeing any signs of danger. And then, Luton finally explained what all the fuss was about. He, of course, had no intention of attacking his student. He was simply trying to teach him how to dress, giving him several old, worn-out shirts, and a tarta, not being used to them, got tangled up in them. Realizing what nonsense she had just raised Vikingham's ears over, the protagonist was unable to hold back a contemptuous snort. The devil take this Tom and his habit of thinking out situations before turning on the logical parts of his brain. But then the newcomer noticed exactly how the prince was looking at her, with huge, shocked eyes, as if some kind of monster had suddenly appeared in front of him, and this seriously scared the girl. Then Leone stood up, walked awkwardly towards Benjamin, and said to him, "Master, leave!" And this was a word that Beatrice had never taught him before. She could easily swear to it on any holy relic. As for the brown-haired man, he continued to perceive the situation as something completely acceptable, and only when the main character turned around and began to leave, the mentor warned him that he had to go through the doors. Atterty was already standing at the window, looking through the expensive transparent glass at the magnificent crimson sunset, and he, in response to Luton's words, only reminded him of some promise, which made the mentor come to his senses. He allowed his charge to exit through the window this time in an animalistic manner, although he rolled his eyes in irritation, and explained to the unexpected audience that His Highness was most likely going through puberty and therefore very sensitive to the stress of being in a crowd. This revelation made the maid freeze, like some kind of ridiculous puppet with torn strings and an open mouth. Apparently, it had not even occurred to her that the blonde could still seriously be afraid of a large number of people, and Vikingham, who had been temporarily forgotten by everyone, let out a very loud and drawn-out groan. But it was not a sound of disappointment or pain, on the contrary. The man came into an indescribable, almost fanatical delight when he saw the young gentleman in a shirt and on two legs. Then the protagonist realized the following. Atarta tried not to make eye contact with her or Adler, and generally desperately pretended that they were empty space, and if such an attitude towards the knight was explained by the hostility that was already familiar to everyone, then avoiding Trixie looked frightening. Looking through the open window at the long-disappeared guy, the time traveler quietly whispered, "How is this possible, Leon? Do you really hate me now, too?" As it turned out later, this short incident was more than enough to completely drive Beatrice Giuseppe into a real depression. She lay on the bed for some time in her nightgown, unable to stop thinking about the fact that now the prince did not want to see her. And, speaking from a logical point of view, this was even good. After all, the future sovereign learned that the world did not revolve around one person, that you can always talk and get closer to someone else, which means that Trixie herself will then be able to leave without problems and live her own life. There were virtues on all sides, and the protagonist's soul was sickened by this turn of events. Plus, she was thinking about what Leon meant by promise in his conversation with Luton. Wasn't this ignoring that was being discussed? The more the main character thought about all this, the heavier it became in her soul. It turned out that over these 6 months, she had not been able to get to know her new friend, his likes and dislikes, and only after this did the newcomer finally decide on her decision and course of action. She put on her signature maid's costume and resolutely headed towards Atarta, deciding once and for all to find out what kind of relationship reigned between them now. It was late at night, which, however, did not stop the woman from sneaking towards the main building. And although in the past, during a similar attempt, she was caught by Vikingham, now there was nothing to worry about, because the knight was working in his office without leaving. The protagonist also had a key. Adler gave it to her before leaving for Benjamin and forgot to ask for it back. So now nothing would stop the maid from having a heart-to-heart talk with the blonde and then quietly disappearing from the crime scene. In the darkness of the night, the mansion seemed even more enormous and confusing than during the day. And although the woman tried to sneak as quietly as possible, literally on her fingertips, she still made a barely audible creak and rustle. Then Trixie realized that she was doing something stupid, and that it would be enough to just walk calmly and quietly. But then she heard and saw something that made her heart skip many beats. Vikingham, holding a tray with a candle, was walking straight towards her. Fortunately, the knight had not noticed the maid for now, but this was temporary. And the girl, hiding in horror around the corner, understood that she was already under suspicion, and if she was caught sneaking around here at night, she would be immediately thrown out in disgrace. A few more miserable seconds, and the story could have had an unexpected bad ending, but Giuseppe was saved by a real miracle in the person of her beloved prince, who suddenly called out to Adler from behind. The brunette turned around with excitement, trying to understand why his beloved overlord had suddenly woken up in the middle of the night and walked out into the corridor. But Atarta answered very laconically, "Get out!" The warrior interpreted this as his master's desire to take a walk before bed, and when Leon, in a much more angry voice, ordered, "Don't worry," Vikingham nodded vigorously, demonstrating exceptional understanding. As for the main character, she, of course, felt a sense of relief when the blonde man completely drew the bodyguard's attention to himself, and only then, having caught her breath, she tried to understand when the young man had managed to memorize so many new words. The conversation between the two men ended with the imperial heir graciously allowing his subordinate to go about his business further, and the swordsman nodded with such delight and enthusiasm that he himself began to resemble a large, devoted dog. When Vikingham had moved away to a sufficient distance, the protagonist again exhaled calmly, and then wondered whether Atarta had seen her. But he, of course, would probably have been surprised if he had suddenly accidentally stumbled upon the old mentor in such a place. And a few seconds later, something amazing happened. The golden-haired prince suddenly appeared right before Trixie's eyes, framed by gentle moonlight, like a living deity, and then he extended his hand to her and affectionately called her name. From this, the newcomer's throat went dry, and her heart began to skip beats again. But she placed her hand in Leon's palm, after which he lifted her whole and carried her to the crimson doors, as if she were his beloved wife. As it turned out a minute later, the main character did not take the main heroine to his room at all, but to the street, where he carefully sat her down on a bench, and the maid was still so shocked that at first she reflexively thanked him for it. After this, the young man, without saying anything, turned around and began to leave. But the protagonist regained her composure and the gift of speech in time. Before it was too late, she softly called out to the prince and asked directly if he hated her, to which Atarta responded with a startled look over his shoulder.